Chapter 2845. Grandma Wendao has arrived. As for Lin Ling, he was busy to the point that he was both mentally and physically exhausted. However, he was very happy, because he saw that his son had a family and his daughter-in-law was so obedient. Most importantly, he had resolved one of his worries because he knew that Tating Commandery and Solitude Commandery were ticking time bombs. They could bite Lin Ling at any time. If one day Lin Ling disappeared, Lin Ling would be missing, then his family and friends would be dead. At that time, the two commanderies would not be soft-hearted. Therefore, he had to deal with them first to avoid any future troubles. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. In this world, there are many things but there are many people. Everything is fated. Perhaps the people of Tating Commandery did something bad in their previous life and that's why they are suffering from karma in this life. Or perhaps, after they die, they will be reincarnated into a good family. Vice Principal Gong's voice floated in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Vice Principal Gong thought that he would have a knot in his heart and was comforting him. However, the latter had underestimated his experience. Moreover, these words of comfort were too fake, weren't they? There were so many people in Tating Commandery. It was impossible for everyone to have done something bad. How could there be any karma? Of course, Lin Ling still smiled at Vice Principal Gong. Beside him was the principal of Resplendent Academy. At this moment, she was also smiling at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded at her. This time, Lin Ling did not reject the principal's arrival in order to intimidate Qingzhou. The principal obviously wanted to retain her relationship with Lin Ling, so she took the initiative to come. After helping Lin Ling, the grudge between Lin Ling and her was written off. Lin Suizan had thought of this as well, and she was very excited. This time, she did not make the wrong choice. The third prince of the imperial court has arrived. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard and everyone's eyes lit up. The third prince of the imperial court was one of the four magnates. He was also the descendant of Emperor Qing. Then, a man wearing a mask walked in. Everyone greeted him with a smile and did not dare to neglect him. Obviously, everyone knew the man's strength and charisma. What they did not expect was that such a person would come in person for Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling was not afraid of the golden great Era Dragon. He was indeed confident. Congratulations, congratulations, the man said in a hoarse voice. He waved his hand and presented the congratulatory gift. Lin Yi, Huang, and the others were also flattered and quickly bowed. Third Prince, Your Excellency. Lin Ling, too, he was slightly as he did not expect the great Lin Suizan. Your Excellency, you are so straightforward. You destroyed a country in anger. There are not many people in Qingzhou who are as carefree as you. The man said indifferently. However, Lin Ling knew that the third prince was just in disguise. The third prince was actually a fairy-like person. I, Lin Ling, am like this. I treat people the same way they treat me. If there is any cause and effect, I, Lin Ling, will bear it alone. Lin Ling said with a smile. He sensed that the third prince was complaining, as if he felt that Lin Ling had made too much of a fuss. Hearing this, the man smiled and did not say anything. It was obvious that he was just complaining, but he did not care. However, she did not expect Lin Ling to be more carefree than she had imagined. He was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions. If an ordinary person did such a big thing, they would be eager to flatter the imperial court. However, Lin Ling chose to bear it alone. He even secretly told the third prince that this matter had nothing to do with the imperial court. The third prince could not help but look at the people around Lin Ling with a hint of envy in his eyes. This was a man who dared to go against the world for his loved ones and family. Then, everyone started to exchange pleasantries. Night fell. Lin Ling walked with Yu Yu and the others, feeling the tranquility of the night. Lin Ling looked at the distant sky, his eyes flashing constantly. No one knew what he was thinking. Yu Yu and the others did not disturb Lin Ling. They quietly accompanied him. In their eyes, Lin Ling was like the sky above the clouds, looking at the common people. When they thought of the destruction of Tating Commandery, they sighed. It was not that they sympathized with Tating Commandery, Because they were not stupid. They knew that taking Commandery was a ticking time bomb that would explode sooner or later. They were sighing because of Lin Ling's achievements. When they came to Qing province in the past, they were as insignificant as ants. They never thought that there would be a day when they could move their feet in Qing province and shake the ancient legends. Now, they had clearly gained a firm foothold in Qing province. Wow, little Li, you're still as impulsive as ever. At this moment, 3 people walked over from the distant sky. Grandma Wendao had finally arrived, followed by Sakura and the cloaked man, Su. Ha, second brother, you're famous in Qing province now. Everyone calls you Overlord Lin Ling. Sakura was the first to laugh and present a congratulatory gift. Because of Grandma Wendao's identity, it was not appropriate for them to show their faces. Because in Qing province, there were people who even Grandma Wendao was afraid of. At this moment, they were secretly watching Grandma Wendao. That's right. Whoever provokes us, we'll kill them all. However, compared to Lin Ling's arrogance, Sakura was obviously more ruthless. If he was present at that time, not to mention the people of the 2 commanderies, even those who were related to the 2 commanderies, he would have killed them all. He would not leave behind any future troubles. Because if he left behind any future troubles, the ones who would suffer would be the people around him. Grandma, big brother, you're here. Lin Ling was instantly delighted and personally welcomed the arrival of the 3 people. Grandma! Yu Yu and the others also knew Grandma Wendao and could not help but shout in surprise. Ha! The little girl of the past is becoming more and more feminine today. Grandma Wendao smiled kindly and said, You've also accompanied little Li for a long time. When will you let me accompany you for a day of romance? Grandma. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the others naturally knew that Grandma Wendao was joking. However, they also held Grandma Wendao's hands like children and acted coquettishly. Ha! Grandma Wendao smiled. With Yu Yu and the others around, she would not be so presumptuous. Everyone then sat down and poured fragrant tea. They chatted and laughed with each other. Oh right, Grandma, my emperor's fate has changed a little. Grandma! As if he had thought of something, Lin Ling quickly took out the emperor's fate. In the end, he was shocked when he saw it. Because 1/3 of the broken imperial jade seal fragments had actually turned into an imperial jade seal. You brat! Grandma! Even Grandma Wendao was shocked. According to the legend of the 20 Emperor's fate, whoever whose imperial jade seal fragment turned into the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal would dominate Qing province and possess ancient power. Chapter 2846. Bad news. I don't know why it has become like this. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Then he suddenly understood. Not long ago, he slaughtered the people of the 2 commanderies. Could it be because of this? It seems that your imperial jade seal fragment depends on killing. Grandma. Grandma Wendao also guessed the reason. Because in this period of time, the only thing Lin Ling did was to destroy a country. You're really lucky. Grandma. Grandma Wendao could not help but sigh and shake her head. Do you know? The previous Emperor Qing also obtained the imperial jade seal fragment by killing. Later, he slaughtered countless people and finally became the Emperor Qing. Grandma. Master, is my second brother the most likely to become the Emperor Qing? Grandma. Hearing this, Sakura could not help but feel happy for Lin Ling. He was a person who did not look out for himself. What he cared about was Lin Ling and the others. Other ants had nothing to do with him. However, Lin Ling frowned. Unless he was infuriated, he had many people who liked to kill. Take the 2 commanderies for example. If they had not completely infuriated Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling have destroyed them? From what I know of the Imperial Jade Seal fragments, Little Li's Imperial Jade Seal fragment is indeed the easiest. Although the destiny of this Imperial Jade Seal fragment is to kill, the universe is fair. If the person who holds this Imperial Jade Seal fragment kills the world, the universe will punish them based on their good and evil. Good people will be rewarded with good in the next life, evil people will be punished with evil in the next life. Moreover, the holder will not receive the punishment of the universe. Grandma Wen explained with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. Does this mean that if they were killed by him, it would be a kind of relief for those who did good things, and they would have more good luck in the next life? And if they did many bad things and died in Lin Ling's hands, then they would be unlucky. In the next life, they would be so miserable that they would want to die. They would be reincarnated as dogs, pigs, and so on. But even so, Lin Ling still curled his lips. Is this making him a world purifier? To be honest, he was not very interested. Could it be that the 24 Imperial Jade Seal fragments require different powers? After thinking for a while, Lin Ling suddenly asked curiously. That's right. Each of the 24 Imperial Seals has a different destiny. Only the one who fulfills the destiny will have fulfilled the rules set by the deity and become the Azure Emperor. Grandma Wendao nodded. The Son of Heaven's mandate that I know of, some are very difficult. For example, there is one that requires you to collect vengeful spirits. You have to know that not every dead person is a vengeful spirit. Another one is to do good deeds, and the number of good deeds that need to be done is not small. There's also the Monarch's descent light, which means that he has to make millions of people admire him. These Imperial Jade Seal fragments are very difficult to obtain. Hearing this, Lin Ling's mouth twitched. It sounded very difficult. After all, doing good deeds or gaining the admiration of the world was not as simple as killing people. I don't want to be a murderous demon. Big brother, I'll give you this Jade Seal fragment. Lin Ling said again. You're asking for a beating. Seeing this, Grandma Wendao's eyes twitched. She almost wanted to give Lin Ling a good beating. There were only 24 Son of Heaven's mandate. Others would want to snatch one, but this guy actually gave it away so casually. That won't do. Second brother, you can have the Son of Heaven's mandate. That's also predestined. It's a rule set by the deity. I don't dare to violate this rule. Sakura hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. To be honest, I'm very tempted by the Azure Emperor's position. However, I can snatch it from others. Anyway, I definitely don't want your Son of Heaven's mandate. Sakura's ambition was bigger than Lin Ling's. He was born with the Emperor's bone. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was free and easy. He liked to be free and unrestrained. The two brothers' pursuits were different. What deities rule? The Son of Heaven's mandate is in my hands. I can give it to whoever I want. It's none of the deity's business. Lin Ling curled his lips and said. However, when he saw Grandma Wendao's fierce glare, he finally kept the Imperial Jade Seal fragment. All right, let's not talk about the Son of Heaven's mandate. Xiao Li, you've destroyed 2 large commanderies. Now, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's attention is on you. You have to be more careful because the Great Azure Divine Dynasty is much bigger than you think. Grandma Wendao warned. Lin Ling nodded. After that, the crowd stopped talking about other things. Instead, they talked about some trivial matters. The night passed just like that. The next day, the rainforest market was still bustling. However, just as the sun shone on the entrance of the market, an anxious figure rushed into the market. Lin Ling, are you here? The person who came was Red Jade Tiger. Seeing his anxious face, the crowd had an ominous premonition. They quickly informed Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you have to calm down. Something has happened. After Lin Ling, Yu and the rest walked out, Red Jade Tiger looked at Lin Ling seriously. Lin Ling frowned. He also noticed that Red Jade Tiger's face was very serious and even ugly. Sir, tell me. Lin Ling also had an ominous premonition. In the North Territory, 365 territories were massacred last night. One of them was the Great Return Territory, the Rainforest Sacred Land. Red Jade Tiger looked at the crowd and said word by word. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Ancestor Tin and the rest changed drastically. Dang dang dang. Lin Ling took a few steps back and even turned pale. This was because the ones who stayed in the Rainforest Sacred Land were Lord Shui Wu and the rest. They were Lin Ling's friends. Why did this happen? Could it be Sun Bone and the rest? Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He was like a ferocious tiger that was about to devour its prey. Calm down. This matter should have nothing to do with them. They aren't that stupid to fight you at this time. It won't do them any good. Chi Yu said, The news came from the war god camp. Many realms were destroyed. The rainforest sacred land was only one of them. Moreover, the myriad realms around the Qing province, Western world, and Southern world also had many realms destroyed. Countless people died. As for the reason, no one knows. The great Qing divine dynasty guessed that the mantis demons were born in the myriad territories. They killed for a living, so they massacred the territories. Red Jade Tiger continued to speak. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered Grandma Wendao's words. The 20 emperors' fates were all different. Could this be the reason? However, no matter what the reason was, at this moment, Lin Ling's heart was in pain. He closed his eyes and a line of tears flowed out. Lord Shuiwu. In the rainforest sacred land, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but she had repeatedly protected him. The 7 sovereigns. In the great calamity of the world, when the demon race and the god race had invaded, Lin Ling had nearly been killed several times. It was also the 7 sovereigns who had appeared to save him. 7 profound martial house, Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Ancient Face Sect. Profound Peng, Profound Essence, Profound Yellow, the 3 profound realms of the human world. Here, Lin Ling had too many friends, too many memories. But now, they had all been turned to ashes. Chapter 2847. Guilt. Let's go back. Thinking of this, Lin Ling roared angrily and strode out of the market. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others did the same. Their eyes were wet. Their home had been destroyed. The rainforest sacred land, an unknown domain in the North Territory. However, at this moment, it was like a corner abandoned by heaven and earth. The lonely wind blew as if it was telling of the glory of the past. The huge mythical statue collapsed, and the statue was carved with the pride of the rainforest sacred land, Lin Ling. When a group of people appeared in the sky, they saw the ground dyed red with blood. They did not even see a corpse. It seemed that the people of the rainforest sacred land were not only dead, but even their corpses were not spared. If Lin Ling's destruction of a kingdom was an earth-shattering event, then the destruction of a world was even more heartless and horrifying. At this moment, the laws of the universe seemed to be flowing. The common people, their life, age, and death were just one of the ruthless laws. No! Looking at the lonely city and the silent world, Ancestor Extreme Flame was the first to let out a roar. Then he completely fainted. Who is it? Lin Yi, Emonienshin, and the others also roared, each of them heartbroken. At this moment, the only people who were still alive in the rainforest sacred land were the Lin family's relatives. And they saw that in the ruined city, there were extinguished lanterns swaying, and the lanterns were pasted with the word, She. In the rainforest sacred land, they wanted to celebrate Lin Yi's wedding, but this wish was not fulfilled. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and let the merciless wind blow past his cheeks. At this moment, he realized that the world was so oppressive, and the wind was so cold. Bang! He rushed into the lonely city like a madman, wanting to find his acquaintances. Unfortunately, the city was empty, and his old friends were not there. He disappeared on the spot and appeared in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, the place seemed to have been defeated for 1,000 years, and there was only the lonely wind. He appeared in the Ancient Face Sect, the first sect that had left him with endless memories. At this moment, the Ancient Face Sect had been turned into ruins. Who is it? Lin Ling roared to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, in the Ancient Face Sect, he saw a line of bloody words on a broken stone tablet. Destroy the kingdom, very impressive. Then I will destroy the world. Seeing that line of words, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. Could it be that they're here for revenge? Everyone had also arrived at the Guyan sect. Staring at the line of words, their fists were tightly clenched. Could they be the remnants of Tating Commandery and Weiwa Commandery? That shouldn't be the case. I don't see any hatred in these words. Instead, they seem to be filled with disdain. It seems to have been done on purpose. Or perhaps someone received a request and decided to destroy this realm in passing. Because if they were truly seeking revenge, the North Realm wouldn't have so many realms destroyed. Lord Eighth frowned and said, "The other party was so ruthless." Although Lin Ling had destroyed a nation, he had gone to seek revenge. This was a very common thing in the martial god realm. However, the other party had even killed insignificant people and destroyed 100 realms. He was utterly devoid of conscience. However, it was undeniable that the other party knew about Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood there like a stone statue. In his mind, the people he knew, the people he didn't know, and the people he had met in his life were circulating. Those people were also looking at Lin Ling with a smile. It was as if they were looking at their loved ones, their legend. It was as if they were telling Lin Ling, "My lord, this has nothing to do with you. This is the law of the universe. The Son of Heaven's will is circulating." Plop. Lin Ling knelt down. His head faced the sky and the earth, and he kowtowed heavily. "It's me. I've implicated you. The law of the universe, the rules of the gods. If there is any punishment from the heavens, it will be borne by me, Lin Ling. Why did I implicate them? I've let you down." Bang, bang, bang. Under Lin Ling's kowtow, the entire sacred rainforest swayed. The entire world was shaking. The falling flowers flowing water sword, Tang Yue, and all of Lin Ling's friends in Qingzhou had tears in their eyes. Ever since they got to know Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling was a tough nut to crack. Even when facing the giants of Qingzhou, he had never bowed his head. However, they saw it now. This indomitable man who carried everything on his shoulders had knelt down. Bang, bang, bang. Following that deafening sound, everyone's hearts began to ache. When Lin Ling raised his head, they even saw a line of tears flowing down from Lin Ling's determined face. "My lord!" At this moment, everyone began to cry. This was the first time they had seen this arrogant man cry. Brother Ling. Looking at the grief-stricken Lin Ling, Yu Yu and the others felt their hearts ache. This was because this was the first time they saw Lin Ling so sad. It was so sad that they felt as though the world had collapsed. It was extremely gloomy. Back in the sacred rainforest, when the Qin clan's patriarch and the second prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom died, Lin Ling was also very sad. However, he had never been as sad as he was today. Perhaps, the number of his friends who had died was too many. Even ancestor Tai Yen woke up. He looked at the guilt-ridden Lin Ling, and his heart felt as though it was being stabbed by a knife. However, no matter how they shouted, Lin Ling just kept kowtowing. It was as though he was apologizing to his dead friends. Even though the souls of his dead friends were here, they wouldn't blame Lin Ling. They could even be proud of knowing Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still felt that he had let them down. Bang. He knelt like this and kowtowed countless times. It was as though he was kowtowing to every dead person. Finally, Lin Ling fainted. "My lord!" Seeing this, everyone felt even more heartache. Sigh. Lord Eighth, Chiyuhu, and the others sighed softly. Everyone said that Lin Ling was heartless, cold, and domineering. But who was there that saw this scene? Who would feel so sad and guilty for those friends and passers-by? Therefore, those who said that Lin Ling was heartless and cold, they didn't deserve it. "Lin Ling, do you still remember me? It's enough to know you in this life. If I still remember you in the next life, I'll come and find you." In the chaos of the universe, when an emperor descends, countless lives will be buried with him. This is also one of the laws, and also a rule set by the gods. Lord Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself too much. In the haze, Lin Ling seemed to hear many familiar voices. There were people from the Gu Yen sect, people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and also people from the Rainforest Sacred Land and the three mysteries of the human realm. All the people that Lin Ling met when he was young, they all appeared in Lin Ling's dreams. Finally, they waved goodbye. However, they left with smiles on their faces. However, just as Lin Ling wanted to ask them to stay, Lin Ling's eyes finally opened. He found himself lying on the bed. Beside him were his wives, Yu Yu, Xian Yuangu, Qin Xiaolan, Princess Hualing, and others. Chapter 2848. The Awakened Lin Ling. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a seductive figure walked in. After seeing Lin Ling, the woman was overjoyed. However, she was afraid of disturbing Yu and the others, so she quickly whispered, "You slept like a log. During this period of time, you worried them to death. Let them have a good rest." This woman was Lu Susu. She pointed at Yu and the others and said, "How long have I been asleep?" 1 year. Yu and the others have been with you for a year, and they haven't rested for a year. These idiots, and you probably haven't rested for a long time. Go and rest. Hearing Lu Susu's words, Lin Ling's heart ached. He carefully got up from the bed and pulled Lu Susu to rest regardless of how she waved her hand. "Lin Ling, are you feeling better?" Lu Susu seemed to be unable to let go of something. This was because a year ago, Lin Ling had kowtowed for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he fainted, and then fell into a deep sleep for a year. She was worried to death. "It's all right. In the past year, I have also thought it through. Although I must avenge my family, there are still people who want to use this as an excuse to disturb me. However, he has indeed succeeded. However, how can I, Lin Ling, be so weak? I will stand up where I fall," Lin Ling said lightly. Seeing that Lin Ling seemed to have recovered, Lu Susu couldn't help but smile. Really? She knew that Lin Ling valued friendship and righteousness, so she was afraid that Lin Ling was comforting her. "Really? You have to tell the truth." "It's true. Then I'll believe you this once." After a few conversations, Lu Susu had quietly closed her eyes. It was obvious that she was also exhausted. Lin Ling's heart was filled with warmth. To have such close friends in this life, he was perfectly satisfied. Fortunately, this was Lin Yi's wedding. Because of the wedding rules, relatives must be present to welcome the bride, so Lin Ling brought them along. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Lin Ling opened the door, and the scorching sun shrouded his body. Then he realized that he was still in the rainforest sacred land. However, there were no memories of the past, and this made Lin Ling's face couldn't help but become gloomy. Previously, he said that he didn't care, but with his character of friendship and righteousness, how could he not care? He looked at the green mountains in the distance and the colorful flowers. He then looked at the grass and dead trees nearby. Finally, his gaze landed on the dead tree. The dead tree was already dead, but there was a bud growing out of it. The old thing is gone, new life. Lin Ling came before the withered tree and stroked the tender shoots with a smile on his face. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. His soul, it was in the range of 6,000 steps. He stepped out, and when he appeared again, he was already in a great hall. In the great hall, everyone was present. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, Lin Yi, and the others. In a year, Lin Yi had completely matured, as if he was the master of a world. In the year that Lin Ling had been asleep, Lin Yi had shouldered the Lin family and the remaining people of the rainforest sacred land on his shoulders. This was because his father had been fighting for so many years and was tired, so he wanted his father to have a good rest. "Are you sure that those people's eyes are blood red?" Lin Yi's voice suddenly sounded. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man stood quietly. His right arm was broken, and his face was extremely cold. He indifferently said, "I don't want to repeat my words a second time." "Who the hell are you?" The people in the great hall were suspicious of the middle-aged man. This was because everyone in the rainforest sacred land had died, and this man was the only one alive. Moreover, this person had the strength of a world king. It had to be known that in the rainforest sacred land, the strength of a world king was very rare. Even if there was, it was impossible for them not to know. I said, "The rainforest sacred land is my hometown." The middle-aged man looked up and said, "Where is Lin Ling? I want to see him." "Who knows what intentions you have? You better tell the truth." Seeing this, Lin Yi angrily shouted. His father was still in a deep sleep, and he didn't know what was going on. How could he let a stranger see his father? If this person was sent by other powerhouses, the rainforest sacred land would definitely not be able to stop him. "That's enough. I've already explained many times. You don't plan to believe me." The middle-aged man erupted with a powerful strength. However, there were several people in the Great Hall who were stronger than him. This was because Lord Eighth and the others were worried about Lin Ling, so they had been staying in the rainforest's sacred land. Just as they were about to attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. "He's one of us." After seeing that person, everyone was overjoyed. Because it was Lin Ling. "You've finally woken up. For the past year, we've been worried to death. Moreover, if your enemies know that you've fallen, I'm afraid they won't miss this opportunity. It's good that you've woken up." Lord Eighth and Red Jade Tiger laughed excitedly. "Father." Ancestor Tai Yen and the others also had tears in their eyes. Lin Ling smiled and greeted everyone. However, his gaze quickly turned to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling excitedly and then knelt down on one knee. "Death Arrow Martial God, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Lin Ling quickly helped him up. This person was Li Xiaoyao's old enemy from the Great Saint Domain, Death Arrow Martial God. This powerhouse had been crippled by Lin Ling in the past. Later, he bitterly cultivated and recovered some of his strength. When Lin Ling returned last time, the first person he met was Death Arrow Martial God. Therefore, he gave him some pointers. He didn't expect this person's talent to be so great that he could actually comprehend a realm origin seed. "Lin Ling, I've finally seen you. You have to avenge us." Death Arrow Martial God said excitedly. Tears flowed from his eyes. His wife and son were both dead. If it weren't for the fact that this person didn't know he was a world king, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. "Who is it?" Lin Ling was even more excited than Death Arrow Martial God. "I don't know who they are." However, their eyes were blood red. Moreover, they were under orders because on that day, everyone in the rainforest Holy Land heard a mysterious voice. That voice wanted to destroy the realm origin seed. Death Arrow Martial God said. "Blood red eyes." Lin Ling frowned. Such people were too hard to find. That's right, they also had a moon mark on their foreheads. Death Arrow Martial God suddenly recalled. "According to what you said, there is a clan in the north that has this characteristic. It is the Dragon Slayer clan. They are in the Flash world. Moreover, what is surprising is that the realms near their world have been destroyed but their world is still safe and sound." Red Jade Tiger suddenly said. The rainforest Holy Land had been destroyed by a mysterious person. The 6 armies of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty had gone to investigate, thus they knew of this news. "Flash world," Lin Ling muttered, his voice turning icy cold. Chapter 2849. Go to the Flash world. Give me the direction, I'll go find it myself. "Yes." Lin Ling looked at Red Jade Tiger and said, "You have to be careful. The 10,000 worlds around the Qing province are in chaos. In this year, there have been worlds being massacred. I don't know what the murderer wants to do." Red Jade Tiger said, "The rainforest's sacred land isn't safe either. Everyone, follow me to another place." "Yes." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and planned to let the remaining people go to the Flame World fragment. He also sensed that after the Son of Heaven's mandate appeared, the 10,000 worlds were in chaos. Then he didn't hide anything from Lord Eighth and the others and activated the Space-Time Divine Steel. Isn't this the Space-Time Divine Steel that the Sovereign Marquis has been looking for? Seeing this, Red Jade Tiger and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the Space-Time Divine Steel to be with Lin Ling. This guy hit it well. "The Space-Time Divine Steel belongs to me, Lin Ling. Does the Sovereign Marquis think he can find it just because he wants to?" Lin Ling replied with a smile. The Space-Time Divine Steel was one of his trump cards and he usually didn't use it easily. However, in order to protect Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, Lord Eighth and the others had waited here for a year. This made Lin Ling very grateful, so he didn't hide this trump card. This mysterious thing gives people a lot of pressure. I'm afraid even a second-level martial immortal can't block this thing. Lord Eighth said with a serious expression. In the 5-Ring City, Lin Ling had defeated a first-level martial immortal expert. However, he felt that if Lin Ling used the Space-Time Divine Steel, his strength could still increase. Therefore, when he thought that Lin Ling was only a true god, Lord Eighth immediately felt that Lin Ling was simply a monster. Lin Ling already knew about this. As his strength increased, the space-time divine steel became stronger and stronger. After that, Lin Ling allowed everyone from the rainforest Holy Land to enter the ancient monument. The Death Arrow Martial God also followed. To Lin Ling, the Death Arrow Martial God was the last person from the rainforest Holy Land. Yu Yu and the rest woke up and happily looked at Lin Ling. However, after knowing that Lin Ling had important matters to attend to, they obediently entered the ancient monument even though they were reluctant. Lin Ling took them through the time and space divine steel and arrived at the flame world fragment. Tsk, what a dense fire-type spiritual energy. Could this be the ancient flame world? Lord Eighth and the others also followed Lin Ling, and at this moment, their horizons were broadened. Following that, when the people from Evil Flame School walked out, they found out that Lin Ling had secretly hidden a huge force. Greetings, sect leader. Evil Flame School was the biggest sect in the Flame World fragment. At this moment, everyone bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Among them were Yen Shan King, Vice Sect Leader Yen Yeyu, Lin Ling's old friends, Elder Chen and Yang Xiaotian. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling with joy. Moreover, after Lin Ling had imparted the demonic flame change to them, their strength had greatly increased. These are my family. They are my wives. This is my grandfather. In the following days, they will be staying here. Because of the changes in my hometown, it is very dangerous, so I will have to trouble you to take care of them. Lin Ling looked at Yen Shan King and the others and explained. We will listen to sect leader's orders. Yen Shan King quickly bowed and said, in the past, their evil flame school was almost completely wiped out. It was Lin Ling who saved them. Hence, Lin Ling's words were no different from fate to the flame world fragment. Thank you. Lin Ling also bowed to Yen Shan King and the others, making them feel flattered. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling would become the sect leader. If I remember correctly, this is Brother Ling's first sect in his life. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange were also shocked. Then they looked at everyone. Although the people in the rainforest Holy Land had all passed away, at least their families were still there. The only one who was not there was An Yuer. This was a pity. Lin Ling made a long story short. After giving his instructions, he left with Lord Eighth and Lord Ninth. Through the time steel, they appeared in the rainforest Holy Land. Chi Yuhu and the others were shocked by the power of the time steel. Because if not for the time steel, they would not have been able to find the fragment. It was probably hidden in some corner of the 10,000 worlds. And Lin Ling brought his family and friends there. It was undoubtedly very safe. Lin Ling, this time, the 10,000 worlds around Qing State were destroyed. Previously, we thought that some crazy demon was born. But in this year, we analyzed that the culprit is very likely from Qing State. The three of them stood on the highest peak of Guyan sect. Chi Yuhu looked into the distance. The great Qing divine dynasty used the Qing Emperor Universe Mirror to deal with this massacre. They wanted to see the culprit, but the Qing Emperor Universe Mirror that can see through everything was deceived. No one could see the culprit. Chi Yuhu said, Qing Emperor Universe Mirror? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Generally speaking, as long as it is in the Qing state, nothing can be hidden from the Qing Emperor Universe Mirror. There are only two reasons for the mirror to be deceived. First, the culprit is not from Qing state. Second, someone did something to the mirror. If the second guess is correct, it means that the culprit is very powerful. There are less than 10 people in Qing state who have such power. Lord Eight said. It seems that it is related to the Son of Heaven's mandate. But no matter who it is, I will find him. Lin Ling also knew that the culprit was scarier than he imagined. There is nothing in the 6 camps that can help you on your trip to the Flash Boundary. I will give you a fire-stepping Qilin. This divine beast has the 5 realms speed. It can save you a lot of energy. Chi Yuhu looked at Lin Ling and roared at the sky. Then a flame light shot over. Next, a majestic Qilin appeared in the sky. Its whole body was covered with green scales. Flames came out of its nostrils. Its thick limbs stepped on the sky. Flames appeared under its 4 hooves. It was as if it was stepping on fire. Thank you, my lord. Lin Ling bowed to Chiyuhu and Lord 8 and jumped up. The fire-stepping Qilin also knew Lin Ling's identity. It obediently waited for Lin Ling to arrive. After Lin Ling sat down, the fire-stepping Qilin roared like a lion. It was majestic. What the handsome kid! Looking at Lin Ling riding the Qilin, Lord 8 and the others praised him. Farewell, my lord. Lin Ling waved his hand at the ground. The fire-stepping Qilin roared and rushed into the sky. It was heading towards the chaos of the universe. Rumble. It was like a shooting star galloping through the starry sky. It was extremely dazzling. In this year, I heard about Lin Ling's story. I didn't expect him to be so loyal. Yes, old Qi the martial god camp didn't find the wrong person this time. Looking at the figure that disappeared in the sky, Chiyuhu and Lord 8 also left. There was no one left in the rainforest sacred land. It was even more peaceful. A strong wind blew, blowing Lin Ling's long hair. His face was extremely cold. He wanted to know who the culprit was. Chapter 2850. Coming to exterminate the world. Ahead was like a starry sky with flickering lights, but Lin Ling seemed to see familiar faces. Taoist came, the 7 emperors, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, the generals of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. There were too many. Lin Ling already carried their vengeance on his shoulders. Swish. Stepping on the fire Qilin, the speed of the 5 realms was extremely fast. It traversed through 10,000 realms as though time was flowing. Lin Ling looked at the boundless 10,000 realms and looked at the various realms. Every realm had its own legends and history that could be traced back to the ancient era. Martial arts were like seeds that were scattered in the 10,000 realms. Flash realm. A jade slip appeared in Lin Ling's hand, which recorded the location of this realm. The Flash realm was a tiny realm in the north. Its area was even smaller than the rainforest's sacred ground, but in the nearby area, this realm was extremely famous. Because this realm was very chaotic, it was a lawless area where good people mixed with bad people and gathered many villains in the north. Noisy noises came out from the interface, and there were also faint cries of pain. Some women with disheveled clothes were being ravaged. However, the people behind them couldn't care less. They were laughing wantonly, and in the end, they tortured those women to death. Ha! So satisfying. Silly women who can't see past it. Maniacal laughter continued to ring out. A 3-meter-tall man with a bare upper body roared at the sky, as if to prove his strength. Big brother, you're still the best. Now that many realms in the north have been destroyed, our Flash realm can also dominate. That's right, not long ago in the mortal spirit realm, Big Brother used the Yaksha divine explosion to defeat that trash, Reverend Qinling. At that time, the entire mortal spirit realm was in awe. Impressive. Impressive. I think Big Brother has few opponents in the true God realm. If Big Brother steps into the martial immortal realm in the future, TSK, even the Qing province can't stop Big Brother's footsteps. The flattery was like a wave, which made the man laugh even louder. However, he said modestly, there is always someone better. The experts in the Qing province aren't people that I can resist, but in the north, there are indeed not many people who can stop me. At this moment, the roar of a divine beast came from the sky. Then, an awe-inspiring Qilin came running over. Wow, what a handsome divine beast. This divine beast is a perfect match for Big Brother. The martial artists of the flickering world were stunned for a moment, then they all began to laugh excitedly. It seemed that the fire-stepping Qilin already belonged to them. Big Brother, the fire-stepping Qilin heard of your great name, so it came here because of you. It's not that I, Iron Destroyer, am arrogant, but in the North Territory, when I say one, no one dares to say two. If I want to fight someone, they don't even dare to look at me. That's why this god beast came here. Now, watch me capture that god beast. Following the man's voice, the cheers grew even louder. However, before that man could make a move, a dazzling sword light suddenly slashed towards him. Fast, incomparably fast. A muffled sound rang out at the same time. The man had just walked out when his right arm was chopped off. His entire body froze on the spot, seemingly unable to react. Everyone's faces were also frozen in place. They had just finished flattering the man, but in the next moment, their strongest boss had his right arm chopped off. The shock this scene gave them was too intense. "For you." The man rubbed his broken arm and stared at the sky because he realized that there was someone on the fire-stepping Qilin. However, the answer he got was a sword. A huge sword light chopped off his head, causing the flickering world to fall silent. Everyone was panicking. "For you." Not long after, 5 old men walked out of the flickering world. Some of them were fat, some were thin, and some were even skeletons. However, they all had the same characteristics. That was, their eyes were as red as blood, and there was a moon mark on their forehead. In fact, all the martial artists in the world were like this. Only by having this mark could one be considered a dragon slayer. This was a method of changing one's bloodline through blood changing and bone washing. In the sky, the fire-stepping Qilin stopped and looked at the ground with cold eyes. On the Qilin, a man with a huge sword on his back walked down step by step. The 5 old men also looked at the sky. One of them even grabbed a woman and licked and touched her body. The evil aura was extremely dense. However, after the 5 of them moved out, the flickering world also quietened down. Everyone's shock seemed to have been appeased because they knew that the 5 old ancestors were magnates at the 7th level of True God realm. How could ordinary people dare to provoke them? "Did you guys destroy my rainforest's sacred ground?" In the sky, the man did not talk nonsense and asked directly. At this moment, the 5 old men knew why the other party had come. During this period of time, they had destroyed many realms. "Sir, do you know what you're saying?" However, they would definitely not admit to this matter. One of the skinny old men said coldly, "Rumble." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic sword smashed down from the sky like a giant tablet. Under countless gazes, Pai-Mo, who was one of the ancestors who had led them to conquer the North Territory, was smashed into meat paste. Old heavenly poison ghost. Seeing this, the other 4 old men's faces changed drastically. The 5 of them were fugitives. 1,000 years ago, they arrived at the flickering world and slaughtered everyone in this world. After that, they occupied this world. In the following years, they had helped each other and saved each other's lives. That kind of friendship was formed through life and death. But now, one of the 5 of them was dead. Moreover, the other party attacked without saying anything. It was faster to kill them. "You're courting death. Kill him, I want to use his head as a urinal." The 4 old men roared ferociously and each of them displayed their martial arts and rushed to the sky. The enormous martial arts they used immediately caused the flickering world to sway. The old men are angry. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had followed the old men for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen them so angry. That mysterious young man was dead for sure. However, in their eyes, the young man stood in the sky like a javelin. Moreover, his right hand was stretched out very straight as if he was holding something. However, in reality, there was nothing in his right hand. This strange figure immediately caused some people to be stunned. What kind of martial arts was this strange martial arts posture? However, the 4 old men did not care so much. Each of their moves was fatal and ruthless. They wanted to tear the young man apart and destroy him alive. Finally, the young man spoke. "Rumble." The huge sword that had smashed the old man to pieces was now shot into the sky and then grasped in the young man's hand. It turned out that he had straightened his right hand because he was preparing to catch the sword. Chapter 2851. Slaughter. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The young man took a step forward, and without using any martial arts, the giant sword swept out. Crackling sounds were immediately heard, and the martial arts of the 4 ancestors were all broken. Then, the sound of bones breaking and flesh being cut could be heard clearly. The 4 patriarchs either had their arms or legs chopped off. One of them was even chopped in half. At this moment, he was looking at his lower body in disbelief. "Run!" This terrifying scene caused the hearts of this group of vicious people to tremble fiercely. However, when they wanted to escape, there were billowing flames rising in the distance, firmly surrounding them in a circular position. Moreover, Some of the martial artists who tried to rush out of the encirclement of the flames were directly burned to ashes after approaching the flames. There was no escape. Destroy my homeland? In the sky, the young man held the giant sword and walked down step by step like a killing god. It was as if he was slaughtering a flock of sheep trapped in a cage. Spare us, hero, spare us. Even though this group of people had killed countless people, they still felt uneasy at this moment. This was because they were looking at a god of death. Without asking for a reason, the moment he appeared, he would kill all of them. Who asked you to attack? With a swing of the young man's sword, hundreds of warriors were cut into nothingness. Senior, you've got the wrong person. Out of the 4 old men, 2 of them had already died. The remaining 2 said nervously, I've got your whole family wrong. Boom. What answered them was a giant sword, a cold and merciless sword. One of the old men was hit in the head by the giant sword, and then his head bloomed like a flower. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and even an eyeball fell into the arms of a warrior. He was so frightened that he quickly threw the eyeball away, and his whole body trembled as if he was drenched in rain. Who destroyed my rainforest sacred land? Senior, what is the rainforest sacred land? I'm innocent. The remaining ancestor felt as if his heart was struck by thunder. During this period of time, they had destroyed many realms, but they really couldn't remember where the rainforest sacred land was. Innocent? Lin Ling's gaze was as cold as ice. When he looked at the old ancestor's body began to tremble. What a cold gaze. It was a tyrannical, crazy, and even hysterical gaze. This caused the old man to laugh bitterly in his heart. He didn't understand how he had offended this malefic star. Lin Ling sheathed his sword, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the old man. His big hand grabbed out, and actually pulled out the old man's arm. Crush! Fresh blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain, sprinkling onto Lin Ling's body, making him look even more like a blood-soaked god of slaughter. Give me back Mistress Water Mist. He exerted more force with both hands, and the old man's left arm was pulled out. The bones were clearly visible, and the old man's face was as pale as paper. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. How terrifying! Everyone knelt down in fright. Some of the more cowardly ones even kowtowed. They didn't know how they had provoked this demon. It was too terrifying. Senior, you have misunderstood. The old man's arms were pulled out, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, he didn't even dare to scream. He just wanted this indifferent youth to spare his life. He also saw that the youth seemed to be venting his anger on him. It was obvious that such a person wouldn't rest until he was dead. If this misunderstanding wasn't resolved, it didn't matter what kind of experts came today. The other party was going to kill him. Misunderstanding? Give me back spiritual master came. Give me back the heaven mystic's kingdom. Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy. His long hair was dyed with fresh blood as he pulled out the old man's flesh piece by piece. Every piece of flesh was like a blood debt. Furthermore, Lin Ling had also struck out with his realm essence. He didn't want the old man to die, but he wanted him to have a taste of the most painful purgatory in the world. He also saw that so many people had died in the rainforest's sacred land, but this group of people was still drinking and chatting merrily. Hence, Lin Ling had also lost his rationality. He wanted this group of ruffians to return his family and friends. Kill me. I beg you. Kill me. The old man was tortured until he didn't look like a human or a ghost. He couldn't wait to die like this. He had done many bad things in his life and knew that there would be retribution sooner or later. However, he didn't expect that the retribution would be so terrifying. At home, there are friends that I will never forget. They just wanted to live a peaceful life. Why did you kill them? Lin Ling extended his right hand and suddenly grabbed the old man's head. His enormous spiritual strength was like lightning as it wreaked havoc on the old man, causing him to spit out white foam from his mouth. Right now, he only had the desire to die. It was a person called Lord Xionghuang. He was the one who ordered us to destroy the North region. He wanted to refine the soul bone altar. Hence, he wanted to take away everyone's souls, bones, and flesh. He is now going to the Red Region's Dian-Tsang Mountain. Senior, I beg you, kill me. Give me a quick death. Finally, the old man cried out in pain. He couldn't take it anymore. It was because both his body and soul had suffered inhumane torture. Bang. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He clenched his right hand and the old man's head exploded. Then, as if he couldn't vent his anger, he pulled with both hands and tore the old man's hands apart. Plop. Everyone on the ground was pale with fright. Even if they were numb to killing, they were still scared to death by Lin Ling's madness. This young man was a berserk lord. Xiong Huang. Lin Ling roared at the sky. He still couldn't vent his anger. Because when he knew that the other party wanted to refine the soul bone altar, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. In the past, every time he returned to the rainforest's sacred land, the friends who greeted him with a smile would end up like this. He was angry. He couldn't accept it. He hated himself for being too weak. Bang. Lin Ling stepped into the sky. The entire sky exploded. Spatial fragments fell to the ground like glass. He shot into the universe. That terrifying lord is finally gone. We must have killed his people by mistake. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so crazy. Let's hurry and leave. I'm scared just thinking about the previous scene. Luckily, he seems to have gone mad with anger and forgot about us. I hope that guy rushes to the territory of the strong and is killed by the strong. The martial practitioners of the flickering light world wanted to escape. However, before they could move, a burning cloud appeared in the sky. An oppressive aura rolled over. A huge coffin floated in the sky. The coffin was covered in flames and jumped like a heart. It was getting closer and closer to them. Those who thought they had escaped disaster all shouted. Only now did they know that the cold youth didn't plan on letting them go. However, what was the use of begging? In their eyes, the flaming coffin was getting closer and closer. Are we going to die? We've destroyed more than 50 worlds. Is there finally retribution? At this moment, everyone's hearts were dead. They had completely given up on running. Only bitterness and regret were on their faces. Chapter 2852. 100 Sect Conference at Grey Dianshan Mountain. Rumble. When the flaming coffin descended, the flickering world froze. Looking from the universal void, a dazzling flaming light appeared, as though a sword had slashed the flickering world. Following that, countless flaming waves rushed out of the light and destroyed the flickering world. This world had been destroyed, and it had been completely wiped out. In the distant universal void, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked ahead indifferently. With his righteous personality, he would not be able to sleep until he found the culprit. If he were to die one day, he would not be able to rest in peace. To the Crimson State. Go. After watching silently for a moment, Lin Ling leaped onto the fire Qilin and transformed into a ray of light that headed towards the distant Crimson State. His mind had also regained its calm. He had no impression of Lord Realgar. He did not understand why the other party had attacked. Of course, he was certain that the other party definitely knew him, because that line of words had already explained everything. If I want to understand everything, I have to find Realgar. Lin Ling knew very well that it would take a long time to reach the Crimson State from the Green State. However, if he were to travel from the North Territory and take some shortcuts, he could reach the border of the Crimson State in 10 days. As for the Grey Dianshan Mountain, perhaps he would only know its location when he neared the Crimson State. The universal void was vast and boundless. Take the North Territory for example, it was actually as vast as the ocean. The North Territory that the Green State warriors spoke of was actually the North Territory near the Green State. It did not include the entire North Territory. This was because to many people, they would never be able to leave the Green State in their entire lives. Of course, this problem did not include Lin Ling. At that moment, in a very deep place in the North Territory, a large number of figures were walking in the void. Grey Dianshan Mountain, 100 Sect Conference. Interesting. These people were wearing the sect's robes and were led by a few elders. They were all heading in a certain direction. The annual 100 Sect Conference has begun. 9 Firmament Clouds Sect, meet Jin Shao at the conference. In the distance, a large white shark was swimming in the void. A large number of people stood on top of it. An old man who looked like a sect master smiled faintly. "I'll wait for you." On the other side, the middle-aged sect master replied with a sneer. At the same time, a multicolored sun chaser wind rain eagle the size of a town flew over. This divine beast had the 6 realm speed and was an extremely rare mount. At this moment, a large number of people were standing on top of the divine beast. Even though the sun chaser wind rain eagle was very fast, these people were still standing like pine trees. This showed how strong they were. Surpass the Red Cloud sect? The eyes of the nearby cultivators lit up when they saw this. Because this was a huge sect, and there were countless geniuses in this sect. He didn't expect that this kind of sect would also participate in the 100 Sect Conference. If he didn't remember wrongly, this sect was a 6th grade sect. Looks like this year's 100 Sect Conference will be the grandest. All disciples, listen up. In this 100 Sect Conference, you are only allowed to win, you are not allowed to lose. Voices rang out in the various sects as everyone headed towards Songdian Mountain one after another. After the crowd disappeared, there were still sects moving forward in the void. However, compared to the previous large sects, these sects were much smaller. That was the 5 Kings sect of Mount Tai previously. The entire sect had 100,000 disciples and countless geniuses. Look at our sect, we only have 800 people. If it wasn't for the long history of our sect that caused everyone to know about it, I wouldn't even want to participate in this 100 Sect Conference. Those small sects said helplessly. That sect is even more powerful. There's only one person. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front and said, this was because there was a Qilin standing quietly in the void. On top of the Qilin, a blue-robed young man was looking at them coldly. It was the 100 Sect Conference now. Therefore, that person should be here to participate in the 100 Sect Conference. However, there was only one person. This was somewhat ironic. Of course, the young man didn't seem to hear the strange gazes of the people. He continued to sit on the Qilin quietly like a statue. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too cold, some people would have gone over to ask him. Until the nearby sects changed a few more times, the blue-robed young man finally moved. In a corner of the void, a small sect with only 500 people was rushing to the 100 Sect Conference. However, as they were moving forward, a young man riding a Qilin appeared. What sect are you from? I want to join your sect. The young man smiled and said to an old man in the sect. This time, everyone in the sect was startled. Was this guy crazy? Sir, are you drunk? The sect leader frowned. Wasn't it a joke to suddenly meet someone blocking their path and ask to join their sect? This was because how could one join a sect just because they wanted to? Bang. The young man was still smiling, but his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the sect leader. Moreover, his hand was like a claw that grabbed the sect leader's neck. I also want to get drunk. Unfortunately, I've finished all my wine during this period of rushing. When the sect leader reacted, he instantly heard the young man's somewhat innocent voice. However, his heart was trembling. What a fast speed. He probably possessed the speed of 7 realms. As for the disciples of this sect, each and every one of them were like cicadas in winter. This was because they had never expected that their sect leader, whom they admired in the past, would be subdued in one move. Sir, we're just a small sect. The sect leader smiled bitterly. He was an expert at the 9th level of the True God realm, but he was subdued in one move. This made him realize that he was definitely not the other party's match. However, such a person actually didn't belong to any sect? If the various large sects knew about this, they would probably beg the young man to join their sect. I know. However, I do need the identity of a sect now, so I'll have to trouble you. The young man smiled and gave off an amiable feeling. You can join us. The sect leader shook his head helplessly. He didn't believe that amiable smile because if he rejected it, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Thank you. The young man shrugged his shoulders and let go of the sect leader. Subsequently, he walked into the crowd of disciples. The sect leader glanced at him and waved his hand helplessly. Let's go. He could guess that the other party seemed to want to participate in the 100-sect conference, but he didn't have a sect behind him, so he joined their sect. Regarding this, as long as the young man didn't do anything that would harm the sect, he couldn't be bothered. Of course, he couldn't be bothered with most of them. As they followed the sect forward, the surrounding young men's gazes were filled with reverence and they didn't dare to say a word. However, Lin Ling ignored them and looked ahead instead. Grey Dianshan Mountain, 100-sect conference. He had a feeling that Lord Realmfire should be there. As they moved forward, more and more sects appeared and there were many people. Finally, everyone landed on a huge realm. Chapter 2853. He finally saw Realgar. Lin Ling's soul power quietly spread out and he shockingly discovered that there were many experts there. There were quite a few martial immortal experts, which meant that the Scarlet Province was even more powerful than the Azure Province. One had to know that this was only the border region of the Scarlet Province. If there were so many martial immortals at the border region, what about the core region? Take the Azure Province as an example. At the border region, true gods could create a sect or even a big sect. Martial immortals could only appear in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The 100-sect gathering is a feast that has been passed down for tens of millions of years. Today, we are indebted to everyone for giving us face and participating. Your presence brings light to my humble gray mountain. A polite voice rang out, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. He was truly not interested in such polite words. His gaze kept on searching within the crowd, but he did not find Lord Realgar. Instead, he saw the strength of the disciples from the big sections. Generally speaking, those genius disciples were a bit more powerful than those from the Azure Province. It was because those geniuses all had the strength of the Azure Province's first generation. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were even more powerful. They were likely not weaker than the Azure Province's 9 heavens. As he searched, Lin Ling also noticed a young man on top of a mountain peak. That person's clothing and way of doing things were clearly different from the people around him. It was a bit similar to the people from the Azure Province. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that the people around him had completely different attitudes towards that young man. Realgar, genius of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It is our honor for you to represent the Great Azure Divine Dynasty to participate in the 100-sect gathering. Not at all, not at all. I've only come on the orders of Milord. Milord admires the 100 sects in this region a lot and specially told me to come and pay a visit. Really? Ha, I've heard that Brother Realgar is a favorite of Milord. At such a young age, you're already one of the 20 most outstanding geniuses of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It is our fortune to be able to know Brother Realgar. On the mountain peak, the geniuses all around were flattering. Although they were elites of their sects, they knew even more how terrifying Realgar's background was. He was someone that the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's God Empress valued. Although the Azure Province was inferior to the Scarlet Province, the God Empress was more powerful than anyone present. So, if they could curry favor with the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Empress Dowager, there were only benefits and no harm. Therefore, not only them, but even the leaders of the various sects were also very respectful towards Realgar. I heard that the divine bell of Qing Province has rung and the Son of Heaven's fate has opened. I think Brother Xiong Huang must have a Son of Heaven's fate. He must be the most dazzling genius of Qing Province and will soon surpass the 9 heavens. Someone laughed. It's nothing. The young man called Realgar was very young and looked very ordinary. At this moment, he modestly waved his hand. I've heard that the most dazzling genius in Qing Province is someone called Lin something. This person is the most monstrous genius in the history of Qing Province. He's almost catching up to the 9 heavens of Qing Province. Another person said. It was obvious that this person often wandered around Qing Province and was somewhat familiar with Qing Province. His name is Lin Ling. He is indeed a bit amazing, but that's all. Because he obtained the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal, he attracted a lot of attention. Hearing this, Realgar immediately replied with a smile. Brother Realgar is right. A mere Lin Ling something. Oh, he's called Lin Ling. When he meets Brother Realgar, he can only kneel down and kowtow. Someone at the side immediately flattered. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Lin Ling does have some ability, but he's too ignorant. He doesn't understand the ways of the world and thinks that just because he has some ability, he won't give face to the big shots. This kind of person won't go far. Of course, young people are all like this. If I have the chance to meet him, I'll still give him some pointers and let him know that there is always someone better than him. Realger said modestly. What a dog's mouth. However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded at the same time. At this moment, Songdian Mountain fell silent. Everyone frowned, wondering who was so bold. Which expert is sneaking around? What kind of hero are you? A handsome young man reprimanded. Sneaking around? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? I'm right here. Don't tell me your dog eyes can't see me. What surprised everyone was that the person who came was fearless and actually walked out. This was a young man, but his spirit was trembling. His cultivation was at the 8th true god realm. This kind of cultivation could only be considered average in the 100 sects. Are you the one who spoke? Everyone stared at the young man. They didn't understand why this young man was so arrogant when his cultivation was so low. Sir, you seemed to be scolding me before. Could it be that there's some misunderstanding between us? Realger frowned slightly and said indifferently. Lin Ling looked at him and his eyes turned red. This was the person who killed the people of the rainforest Holy Land? You know me. Realger frowned even more when he sensed Lin Ling's murderous gaze. How can I not know you? I can't wait to kill you. I'm the Lin Ling you're talking about. Lin Ling said coldly. Realger's expression changed slightly. Of course, he knew Lin Ling. He was a popular person in the Qing province. Not long ago, he was ordered by the Lord to destroy the world, so he also went to destroy the rainforest Holy Land. Because someone asked him to destroy the rainforest Holy Land, and he knew that Lin Ling was going to destroy the country. Therefore, he wanted to use the destruction of the world to tell Lin Ling that the act of destroying a country was too inexperienced. So it's you. I didn't expect you to come here too. Realger sneered. He didn't put the legendary Lin Ling in his eyes. Even a dog like you can come, why can't I? Lin Ling retorted. What an arrogant kid. Brother Realger, who is this person? He's Lin Ling from the Qing province. He's the person you were discussing just now. So weak? It's better to meet him in person than to hear about him. After a round of discussion, the various sects came to a sudden realization. However, they looked at Lin Ling with disdain. The Qing province was ultimately weaker than the Crimson province, and the current situation had proven this fact. He was only at the 8th level of True God realm, yet he was called the most monstrous genius in the Qing province. It was simply an undeserved reputation. He actually came to the Crimson province from the Qing province to participate in our 100 sect conference. This kid is really persistent. Senior brother Realger, just say the word. I want him to kneel in front of you. Kid, do you know where this is? Slap yourself 3 times. Many elites from various sects who wanted to curry favor with Realger started to flaunt their prowess in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling ignored them. He didn't forget the purpose of his trip. Realger, I want to ask you. Who sent you to my hometown? I was wondering why you came here. It turns out that the world was destroyed, so you flew into a rage out of humiliation. Chapter 2854. 18 Ravines of the 9 Dragons. I'm going to kill you. Lin Ling's face turned even colder when he saw Xiong Huang's smug look. Do you want to know who destroyed your hometown? Sure, join the 100 Sect Conference. Find me and I'll tell you the answer. Xiong Huang suddenly said through gritted teeth after laughing loudly. If Lin Ling died in his hands, it would be a great achievement when he returned. Moreover, Lin Ling had come alone. He could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage. However, since he had come, he could not leave. Interesting, really interesting. Let him join the 100 Sect Conference. If he meets me, I'll show him what a genius is. The other elites from the other sects also rubbed their hands together, their interest piqued. Looking at the gloating looks on everyone's faces, Lin Ling smiled, turned around, and left to make preparations. You don't dare to play anymore? You want to run away? Xiong Huang thought that Lin Ling was scared. After all, Lin Ling was alone and this was not Qingzhou. How could Lin Ling cause any trouble? However, Lin Ling still walked forward and extended his right hand. His palm was facing the sky and he suddenly clenched his fist. "I'll kill you at the 100 Sect Conference." Then, a cold voice quietly entered everyone's ears like the wind. Everyone was stunned for a moment, stunned by Lin Ling's resolute look. However, they soon burst into laughter. Lin Ling did not seem to understand that this was Crimson Province and not Qingzhou. "Brother Xiong Huang, if we enter the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons, I'll take care of him for you. You guys have to protect him well. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold all of you responsible." "Sect leader, don't worry. It's just Lin Ling. He can't cause any trouble." Around Xiong Huang, the elites of the various sects all laughed. Even the sect masters of the various sects attached great importance to Xiong Huang. This was because Xiong Huang was one of the people of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Empress Dowager. She represented the Empress Dowager and came here to form a friendship. Therefore, if she died here, it would be difficult for them to explain their mission. The 100 Sect Conference was obviously a grand banquet in the Crimson Province. It was extremely grand and was even held in other places in the Crimson Province. The main purpose of the assembly was to gather profound light grass. This was an extremely rare treasure that only appeared in the Crimson Province. However, in the past, there had been many wars in the Crimson Province for these spiritual herbs. Therefore, there was now a rule that these spiritual herbs could only be collected once a year, and the sect that won would also receive a generous reward. The only rule of the 100 Sect gathering is that if we encounter spirit beasts of the 9 dragons and 18 ravines, everyone must work together to eradicate them. At this time, no sect is allowed to attack each other. At other times, you can do whatever you want. A voice rang out in the sky. It was the rules of the 100 Sect Conference, causing everyone to smile. This rule had been passed down for millions of years, so even without the reminder, they were well aware of it. 9 dragons and 18 grooves, open. Rumble. The interface shook, and then a huge crack appeared. The crack was pitch black and filled with dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was like a hot wind, giving people an extremely comfortable feeling. 9 dragons and 18 grooves. Legend has it that it was the place where 18 ancestral dragons fought in the ancient era. TSKSK. The other name of the 9 dragons and 18 grooves is the Spiritual Herb Garden. Let's go in. Our sect must obtain a good ranking this time. The disciples of the various large sects entered one after another, and even some sect leaders entered. The condition for victory or defeat in the 100 Sect Conference was to see which sect obtained the most profound light grass. Among all the sects, only Lin Ling was alone. He did not say a word and walked towards the crack. There were too many experts here, so he obviously could not kill Ryauger. He only had a chance at the 9 dragons and 18 grooves. This was also the reason why he participated in the 100 Sect Conference. "Kid, you better be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Not far from Lin Ling, a thin and weak young man looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Lin Ling ignored him and disappeared into the huge crack. "How arrogant. That disdainful look pisses me off. Catch up to him. It's best to kill him. Maybe Brother Ryauger will value us and bring us to the Great Azure God Dynasty." The people around the thin and weak young man said coldly. Then they followed closely behind Lin Ling. In their opinion, Lin Ling was simply a piece of meat in their mouths. They were even more afraid that this piece of meat would be snatched away by others. After entering the huge crack and reappearing, they were already in the endless mountains and swamps. When a person was here, it was as if they were on the scales of a dragon. The dragon was very, very big, like a long and narrow continent. This was the 9 dragons and 18 grooves. "Bastard, he's gone. How could this be? Based on our speed, we should be following closely behind him. Could it be that he realized that we were following him, so he immediately escaped after entering this place? We've been tricked." After those people appeared, they looked around and their faces instantly turned ugly. That was because Lin Ling had disappeared. "What should we do now?" Let's go and collect the hidden gate grass. It's said that even the sect leader hasn't explored all of the 9 dragons and 18 grooves. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person here. Yeah, anyway, Lin Ling will find Brother Realger sooner or later. If we go to Brother Realger's place, we should be able to meet Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling won't be our turn to attack. There are many people who want to flatter Brother Realger. Those people continued to talk and their faces turned even uglier. Bang! At that moment, a black shadow suddenly shot from afar and landed on the ground. Those people's faces changed as they thought that it was a sneak attack. However, when they saw the head clearly, all of them were enraged. That was because they knew that person. It was their junior brother. Moreover, from the horrified expression on the head, they could tell that their junior brother had died a horrible death. It seemed that he had encountered something horrible before he died. That made them clench their fists tightly. Our junior brother was a sincere person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Who killed him? Right? When we were at the sect, I heard that he took the initiative to follow Lin Ling. Could it be Lin Ling? It must be him, bastard. Those people cursed angrily. They didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to find Lin Ling, but one of their own had died. However, although they were angry, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only move on. At the other corner of the 9 dragons and 18 grooves, Lin Ling's speed was extremely fast. He constantly weaved through the rocks like a bolt of blue lightning. He also knew that many people wanted to harm him. However, he wasn't afraid of them. Chapter 2855. Mysterious Light Grass. I have no enmity with the disciples of these sections. Because they want to curry favor with Realger, they all want to teach me a lesson. Realger's background is definitely not small. Otherwise, the sects of the Crimson Province would not give him face. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, there are not many people who have such face. As Lin Ling advanced, he kept guessing. However, he discovered that this place was very big. There were layers upon layers of gray rocks everywhere, like a maze. It was clearly difficult to find Realger. What is this? Why does it have universal power? After advancing for a long time, suddenly, a flash appeared in front of him. It was like a star. Moreover, a mysterious power also pervaded the air. This caused Lin Ling to quickly rush forward. Only then did he discover that it was a blue spirit grass as thick as an arm. It only had 2 leaves, but its petals were extremely beautiful, like a star. Mysterious light grass? Lin Ling was overjoyed. With Li Xiaoyao's knowledge, he naturally knew of this precious spirit grass. That was a treasure that was useful even for martial immortals. According to legends, there was a grandmaster who had eaten countless profound light grasses. Relying on his most ordinary talent, he was able to create a huge wave in the 9 provinces. Only later did people find out that his ultimate martial path had reached an unprecedented height, and his power was extremely powerful. This was the benefit of the mysterious light grass. It could increase the universal power. One must know that the universal power was even more mysterious than the power of primal chaos. It was also the next stage of the ultimate martial path's power of heaven and earth. In my previous life, I had always been looking for the birthplace of the mysterious light grass. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it even after traveling through the 9 provinces. Lin Ling suddenly nodded and wanted to pick it. However, at that moment, 3 figures shot over like lightning from afar. Elite disciples of the 100 sect gathering? Seeing that, Lin Ling's gaze instantly flickered. He even somewhat recognized one of them. If he didn't remember incorrectly, that person had cursed him several times in order to curry favor with Realger. Crimson Province, this is my first time here. Although I didn't think of provoking them, if they want to harm me, then I won't be lenient. Lin Ling simply stopped harvesting and quietly waited for the 3 people to arrive. Moreover, his purpose of coming here was not to find any treasure, but to find Realger. Therefore, he wanted to know the whereabouts of Realger through these people. Bang bang bang. The gray rock exploded. Then, 3 figures smashed down like shooting stars. They had their hands behind their backs, their expressions calm. These 3 were all at the peak of the true deity realm. In Green Province, they were exceptional talents. The first stalk of mysterious light grass has been found. Our great cloud sect has taken another step towards the championship. One of them threw his head back and roared with laughter. There was an indescribable pride in his voice as he stared at the profound light grass with excitement. The two people beside her were obviously junior brothers. At this moment, they were also laughing loudly, as if they were already the champions of the 100 Sect tournament and had shown off in front of their master and junior sister. Of course, while they were laughing, they also noticed that there was another person standing beside the mysterious light grass. That person was like a stone statue. His face was expressionless, and when he saw their complacent expressions, his eyes were filled with disdain. There's someone here. Everyone be careful. Or you. No, you seem to be Lin something from the great Azure God dynasty. At this moment, the three of them were shocked. Then they recognized Lin Ling. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling had a grudge with brother Realgar, and this was something that was obvious to all. Senior brother, it's that guy. Our luck is too good. We got the mysterious light grass and even found Lin Ling. After being stunned for a moment, the three of them laughed even more crazily, as if Lin Ling was more precious than the mysterious light grass. I'm Shui Xiaoyao. You're called Lin something, right? Kneel down obediently. After the senior brother was overjoyed, he looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, Lin Ling was only at the 8th stage of the True God realm. Although he was a monstrous genius of the great Azure God dynasty, his cultivation realm was nothing in their eyes. Kneel down, you piece of trash. Are you blind? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You actually want to settle accounts with brother Realgar. Are you looking for death? The other two junior brothers said sternly. When they were in the sect, they could only flatter their elders and senior brothers. Now that they saw someone weaker than them, they naturally put on airs as senior brothers. However, they didn't know that it wasn't because they were lucky that they met Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling had been waiting for them. Shui Xiaoyao? What an ironic name. I'm Li Xiaoyao, and you're called Shui Xiaoyao? Your parents didn't give you a good name. However, I'm not interested in what your name is. However, you and I have no grudge. Do you really want to attack me? With that little bit of cultivation of yours? Lin Ling said indifferently. You're not satisfied with my name? The senior brother named Shui Xiaoyao was a little unhappy. Outside his body, rolling waves surged out like the water of the Milky Way. His talent wasn't low, and he had a third-grade divine body. Most importantly, he obviously wasn't the strongest genius of any sect, but he had a third-grade divine body. This showed how powerful the geniuses of the Crimson Province were. Great wave eliminates sand. Swoosh, swoosh. Shui Xiaoyao didn't move at all. He only shouted in a low voice, and in an instant, countless water droplets shot toward Lin Ling. Although the water droplets looked small, their attack power was extremely terrifying. Perhaps no one below the peak of the True God realm could stop them. Senior brother's great wave eliminates sand has reached 120% chaotic energy. Amazing! The two junior brothers immediately flattered Lin Ling, as if they wanted to tell him that this was the way of the Crimson Province. Sword come. Seeing this, Lin Ling still stood there like a pine tree. With a thought, swords shot out from behind him like locusts. What kind of martial arts is this? It seems to be the famous Ashura sword formation of the Green Province. This guy is quite capable. The two junior brothers were shocked, but soon shook their heads in disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling, who was only at the stage 8 True God realm, could be very powerful. Rumble. However, in front of them, the sea of swords began to merge and turned into a huge ancient sword. This strange scene was an eye-opener for them. Frogs at the bottom of a well, haven't you seen a real martial arts before? Lin Ling seemed to know that the two of them were shocked, so he mocked them. Then, his eyebrows moved slightly, and the huge ancient sword fell into his hand. Then, he slashed with the sword. Bang, bang, bang. All the water droplets burst apart with a single slash of his sword. It was extremely easy. Seeing this, Shui Xiaoyao was slightly surprised and said lightly, "It seems that I've underestimated you. You do have some skills, but that's all. Although the huge sword is powerful, it can't cut the opponent. What's the use of it? Gurgle. As his voice fell, something miraculous happened. Bubbles began to appear in the void one after another. Then, they exploded and actually drowned the nearby area. Chapter 2856. Not qualified to be carefree. Xiu xiu xiu. Among them, a white ribbon-like ray of light quickly pierced through. It was hard to see with the naked eye. It's here. Senior brother's ultimate technique, white stripe in the waves. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Seeing this, the two junior brothers cheered and shouted at Lin Ling. This is 6 realms speed. 6 realms, do you know what 6 realms are? You can only use 5 realms speed. One had to know that there weren't many geniuses who could use 6 realms speed in Qing province. This showed how powerful 6 realms speed was. Lin something, do you know fear now? Isn't your sword very impressive? Why aren't you using your sword? Can't you find me? Shui Xiaoyao's voice also floated out from the surging waves. It was arrogant and unruly. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't move. He looked around indifferently. He found that the Crimson Province geniuses were also quite powerful. Although they didn't have the first seal of the true God martial soul, they were able to display their talent to the limit. Seeing that Lin Ling did not move, Shui Xiaoyao thought that Lin Ling was helpless. You're really weak. I still wanted to have some fun. In the end, you disappoint me. Lin Ling, it's time to end this. Take a good look at this beautiful world because you don't have a chance anymore. Rumble. Along with his voice, the huge waves at the bottom of the water rolled and formed a huge water wave handprint in the water. It bloomed with bright light and slapped towards Lin Ling. The power of this palm was enough to destroy 10 realms in the north. In fact, his divine body's talent was also very strange. If he used it in the north, the various realms would be submerged by his talent and drown in the water. Senior brother Shui Xiaoyao, well done. The two junior brothers were very excited. It was as if their senior brother was fighting for Crimson Province and suppressing Qing Province. You have some skill, but as you said, it's time to end this. Also, my name is Lin Ling, not Lin something. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Flames began to appear on the surface of his body. The evil flame transformation activated and poured into the giant sword. Boom! This sword, with a spirit that reached the rainbow, collided with his water ripple handprint. You're courting death. Shui Xiaoyao shouted in disdain. Lin Ling dared to fight him head-on, and in his domain? If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, his huge water palm was destroyed by the sword. Moreover, the entire water world was split into 2 by the sword. In the shattered water world, Lin Ling walked towards Shui Xiaoyao with his sword in hand. What? I'm at the peak of the true God realm, and he's only at the 8th stage of the true God realm. Why has his realm essence reached the peak of the true God realm? No, it's beyond the true God realm. Although that sword did not kill Shui Xiaoyao, the surging realm energy still caused Shui Xiaoyao to spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. Then, like a white stripe in the waves, he fled into the distance. His heart continued to rumble. Was this the most monstrous genius of Qingzhou? It seemed that to be valued by Qingzhou, one's strength was not as weak as they had imagined. The elite geniuses of the 100 Sect Conference have underestimated him. This won't do. I must inform the various sect masters and ask them to kill Lin Ling. We can't let this monstrous genius of Qingzhou return to Qingzhou. While he was escaping, Shui Xiaoyao kept thinking and his expression was extremely gloomy. In fact, he had even abandoned his 2 junior brothers. Lin something will meet again. Until his voice drifted over from afar, his 2 junior brothers finally reacted and their expressions were as frightened as eggplants. Their senior brother ran away. Then, he left them behind to face Lin Ling? How were they going to face him? Trying to escape. However, would Lin Ling allow Shui Xiaoyao to escape? I've said it before. I'm Lin Ling, not Lin something. Sizzle. Amidst the splashing water, a faintly discernible voice could be heard. What was terrifying was that before the voice could be heard, A figure appeared in front of Shui Xiaoyao and a sword was pointed coldly at him. That speed was obviously the Seven Realms speed. At this moment, Shui Xiaoyao's expression froze and was filled with fear. One must know that he was running away at the Six Realms speed and thought that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to catch up to him. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. However, Lin Ling told him that the Six Realms speed was too slow. Thump. Staring at the cold sword, Shui Xiaoyao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. At this moment, his body was trembling as he spoke nervously. How can you be so strong? Li, I've been practicing martial arts all my life. Why should I explain anything to you? Li. Lin Ling's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the huge ancient sword slashed down, causing the void to be cut open. It was surging and magnificent. Li. Looking at the huge sword slashing down, Shui Xiaoyao let out a frightened cry. He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, his heart betrayed him and he knew that any resistance was useless. In your next life, don't be called Xiaoyao. Li. Before he died, this was the only sentence left in his heart. Shui Xiaoyao had met Li Xiaoyao. He was not qualified to be Xiaoyao. Dead, Senior Shui died just like that. This Lin Ling is too strong. In the distance, the two junior brothers had been looking at Shui Xiaoyao. When they saw that he was killed by a sword, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Almost at the same time, a sword appeared in front of them. Lin Ling's figure appeared like a ghost. However, the moment he appeared, the two junior brothers were so scared that they knelt down and kept kowtowing. Spare our lives, spare our lives. Let me ask you, have you seen Realgar? I haven't seen it, but I heard that someone saw it in the east. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded slightly and slashed down with his sword. The two junior brothers were stunned. Lin Ling wanted to kill them? Lin something, how dare you? One of them roared. He never thought that the 100 Sect Conference would be the anniversary of his death. Unfortunately, Lin Ling never showed mercy to his enemies. After ending their lives with a single slash, Lin Ling immediately left after collecting the mysterious light grass. Of course, when he left, he did not forget to take away the treasures left behind by those people. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, these people's treasures were mostly trash. There was not even a single mysterious light grass. Thinking about it, the mysterious light grass that Lin Ling collected previously was their first harvest. Unfortunately, they still did not collect it. My name is Lin Ling, not Lin something. After Lin Ling disappeared, a sarcastic voice sounded in the empty space from before. At this moment, Lin Ling was rushing towards the east. He even ignored the mysterious light grass that he encountered along the way. Compared to treasures, Realgar was obviously more important. However, the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons were very big. Lin Ling headed in one direction, but he would sometimes get lost. That person is not Lin something. Along the way, he naturally met the elite disciples of various sects. Catch him. Those elite disciples naturally would not let Lin Ling go. Chapter 2857. What surprised Lin Ling was that Xiong Huang was rather important in the various sections. There were actually people from the 3 sects protecting him. This meant that if he wanted to get close to Xiong Huang, he would have to fight to the death. Till death do us part. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with determination. He did not stop and instead, he was getting closer and closer to Xiong Huang. That was indeed the case. A large number of people had gathered around Xiong Huang. Not only were there elite geniuses, but there were also elders from the sections. They were indomitable existences. Under a towering basalt rock that was like a lighthouse, a large number of figures had gathered around a bonfire and were chatting wittily. Brother Xiong Huang, this is our 100 Sect Conference. After you leave, we'll give you some mysterious light grass as a token of our hospitality. Someone said with a smile. Xiong Huang's main purpose in participating in the 100 Sect Conference was to broaden his horizons. As the host, they would naturally receive him warmly. Thank you, brothers. Xiong Huang smiled and spoke politely because he knew that there would definitely be a top expert from Crimson Province among this group of people. Therefore, he would not miss such a favor. "You're welcome." Everyone smiled and waved their hands. Someone was curious about Qing Province and could not help but ask, "Brother Xiong Huang, what's so special about Qing Province? Also, what about the geniuses of Qing Province? For example, the famous 9 heavens of Qing Province. What techniques are they good at? Is it talent, ultimate martial arts, or something else?" Hearing that, the others were also curious. Some even asked about the emperor's mandate. However, this matter was of great importance and was secretly stopped by the others. "Let's talk about it one by one. There's no hurry. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Xiong Huang replied politely and was just about to mention the 9 heavens of Qing Province. Bang! At that moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. Everyone could even see that a huge basalt rock mountain in the distance was collapsing. What happened? Seeing this, everyone stood up with their brows tightly furrowed. However, the rumbling sound continued and even the ground shook as if there was an intense battle in the distance. Bang! Bang bang bang! Not long after, several figures shot out from the rock forest. These people were all seriously injured, and their bodies were burning with flames. They looked at the people present. One of them wanted to say something, but he had already fallen down in pain. The others also opened their mouths, but in the end, they were burned alive. Could it be that a terrifying spirit beast had appeared in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons? Moreover, everyone shuddered as they looked at the person who had died miserably. Some of the more cowardly ones even wanted to run away and leave this place. Not good. However, the silence did not last long. Another young man rushed out in a panic. His clothes were tattered, and his face was covered in blood. "It's the disciples of the Light Revolutionary sect. Don't worry, tell me what happened." One of the old men wanted to step forward. He had an ominous premonition. "It's a mysterious person." The young man shouted anxiously. He wanted to say something, but a dazzling ray of sword light slashed over from afar, causing his head to fall to the ground. In the end, he didn't say anything and was directly killed. It's not a spirit beast attack, it's a person. This time, everyone was even more frightened. Bang! Almost at the same time, the sound of footsteps came from the messy pile of rocks in front of them. Then, with a rumbling sound, the black tortoise rock that was blocking the path was cut off. A mysterious person wearing a black cloak, holding a huge ancient sword, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person was covered in colorful flames, as if he was an ancient flame god. He was extremely terrifying. However, what surprised everyone was that this mysterious person seemed to be only at the 8th stage of the true god realm. This kind of person actually killed his way in from the periphery and reached them? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This person can't be underestimated. In addition, he's like a killing god. I'm afraid that his strength can't be underestimated. Everyone be careful. An elder said solemnly as he stared at the mysterious person. For the first time, he was afraid of a junior at the True God realm. This was because he knew that an ordinary True God realm expert could never kill those people. "Your Excellency, which sect are you from?" the elder asked indifferently. However, the mysterious person was like a statue. He didn't seem to know how to speak. Instead, the sword in his hand slashed down fiercely in a domineering manner. The power of that slash had exceeded the range of the True God realm. The elder didn't expect that the mysterious person would attack so suddenly. He couldn't react in time and was slashed through the middle of his head. His entire body was cut into 2 halves. The elder's strength was at the Martial Celestial Realm. Martial Celestial Realm, Mount Tai and the Big Dipper, as long as the sun and the moon. However, he still couldn't block that slash. That slash was so terrifying. That's the elder of the Haotian Grand Emperor sect. You killed him. The people present opened their mouths wide and let out all kinds of sharp screams. This mysterious person was too terrifying. He killed without saying a word and didn't even let the elder off. Rumble. However, what answered them was a huge sword. The cloaked man was like a puppet that had received a death order. His purpose was to kill them. Under that slash, a large number of people were killed. Could it be a puppet? While many people were panicking, they were also constantly guessing what had happened. However, what greeted them was another slash, an invincible slash. This time, the people became more and more panicked and they were completely afraid. However, the cloaked man still didn't say a word. He just continued to kill those people. Because he was Lin Ling. The reason why he was like a puppet and killed the enemies as if he had received a death order was because he knew his purpose. He wanted to know who the murderer was. Therefore, when he came here, he exploded with all his strength. He merged his 3 dantians and activated the evil flame change to the extreme. He killed his opponents like a whirlwind. This was also because if his opponent knew his background, then even if he could kill his opponent, he would have to spend more effort to do so. Moreover, although he killed mercilessly, if he came with his real identity, others would kill him even if he didn't do anything. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with striking first to gain the upper hand. Bastard! Seeing their disciples being slaughtered one after another, 2 of the elders were enraged. Because they wanted to know what was going on, the cloaked man attacked first. If they knew that the cloaked man came with the intention to kill, they wouldn't have asked and killed him directly. Soul sealing universal palm. An elder strangely appeared above the cloaked man's head. His palm was like an eagle's and the power of the universe surged as it grabbed down. It was a true god martial spirit. Let's see if you're a puppet or a human. The elder used a 6th level boundary martial skill, an ultimate martial skill, which was extremely powerful. Chapter 2858. Flame Coffin, Burning Heaven and Earth. Power of the Universe. At this moment, Lin Ling also felt the pressure above his head. He clenched his teeth and looked at the Realger through the cloak. His gaze became even more resolute. In his mind, Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, his old friends, their faces floated in Lin Ling's mind. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. If he didn't even know who the murderer was, Lin Ling wouldn't have the face to return to his hometown. Great rhinoceros soaring heavenly country. Another elder moved his hands and a terrifying ancient beast appeared on his forehead. It had sharp fangs, it looked like a rhinoceros and a wild boar at the same time. That was his true god spirit, and the most terrifying thing about it was that it had a rare innate ability to transform into a beast. When the beast appeared, it turned into a true form and said, "Even if you're a puppet, I'll still kill you." The beast's horn shone coldly as it charged toward Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was facing 2 martial immortal realm experts at the same time. Seeing this, everyone sneered. They wanted to kill the cloaked man who was courting death. Now, they could see whether the cloaked man was a human or a puppet. At this moment, Lin Ling only had 2 choices. 1. Retreat. 2. Fight. Of course, since Lin Ling dared to come here, he had already thrown caution to the wind and chose to fight. Bang! The huge ancient sword was smashed to the ground by Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and roaring flames began to gather. Moreover, it turned into the shape of a coffin. He was preparing the flame coffin. However, above his head, the huge claw grabbed Lin Ling's head. "I want to see whether you're a puppet or a human." A cold voice sounded at the same time. However, in the next moment, the elder exclaimed, "It's a human! What a powerful soul power!" His martial arts were related to soul power. He could search souls. When his palm landed on a world, he could know all the memories and thoughts of all the people in that world. However, he found that the cloaked man's soul power was beyond imagination. He couldn't search his soul at all. Bang! At the same time, the terrifying rhinoceros crashed into the cloaked man's body, pushing him forward. The ground continued to crack, and everywhere it passed, rocks the size of small mountains were directly shattered. How terrifying! This collision can easily destroy the 10 realms. That fella is only made of flesh and blood. How could he block it? Looking at the rhinoceros behemoth that was like a siege chariot, everyone was shocked. Moreover, the rhinoceros beast had already knocked the cloaked man further and further away, disappearing into the distance. Serves him right. I'm afraid that fellow's corpse is already gone. Then, voices of schadenfreude could be heard. At this moment, within the endless Xuanwu ancient rock, a figure continued to fly backwards. In front of him was a gigantic beast that was over 100 meters tall. Rumble. Deafening noises kept ringing out. Finally, the giant beast stopped in its tracks. Damn it! That giant beast also spoke human language. He's dead. In the sky, the elder was still holding the cloaked man's head. Two elders were suppressing the cloaked man. If the people from the other sects were here, let alone resisting, they would be terrified just by looking at them. Flaming coffin. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. The cloaked man raised his head. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with madness. It was a madness that went all out. Moreover, he smiled. His smile was bloodthirsty. His left hand reached out from the cloak, and then a small flaming coffin appeared. However, the moment it appeared, the Xuanwu ancient rock began to burn without any fire. Moreover, the flaming coffin began to grow bigger. What? The two elders' eyes trembled violently. Impossible. No matter how strong a martial artist is, his physical body is his weakness. After being attacked by the two of us, his physical body should have been destroyed. Could it be that this is really a tough puppet? He's a human. Previously, I checked that he has a soul and memories. Moreover, the biggest impression that the memories gave me was that a debt of blood must be paid with blood. The two elders spoke out and looked at the cloaked man in fear. They began to retreat. However, it was too late to retreat now. The flaming coffin descended, and the flame god's heart was beating. Lin Ling, at his peak, had activated the first seal of the true god martial soul. Without a doubt, the flaming coffin had reached an unprecedented height. The flaming coffin, burning the heavens and earth. Rumble. The terrifying flames finally erupted. The entire area around the black tortoise ancient rock began to tumble in the air like straw. And this was only formed by the shockwave before the flame coffin exploded. After the explosion, the black tortoise ancient flame instantly turned into a sea of fire. The ancient rocks with endless history began to melt like water. What's happening? What a powerful flame energy! In the distance, the expressions of Xiong Huang and the others changed drastically because there was already a blazing fire in the distance. Moreover, a huge flaming coffin was fluttering in the sky, and this caused them to be worried about the two elders. Thus, Xiong Huang stared at the flaming coffin. He suddenly felt that it was very familiar. However, he suddenly could not remember where he had seen it before. The heavens and earth seemed to have quieted down. But, amidst the billowing flames, a cold voice came walking over. A black cloak was dragging a huge ancient sword behind him, as if he was a war god from ancient times. The god of war was invincible and would never admit defeat. Boom. At this moment, everyone's hearts were pounding. He's not dead. Who is this person? He blocked the attacks of two elders consecutively. He's still alive and even killed the elders. Is he still human? What a terrifying physical strength. They saw multicolored flames behind the cloaked man, and they saw a huge mouth, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, which made them feel extremely terrified. And these were two kinds of fifth-grade talents. Furthermore, the cloaked man's pace was not fast. However, every step he took was earth-shattering. It was as if his soles were the myriad of worlds. He crushed the myriad of worlds. Plop. The weaker disciples were directly shocked by the earth-shattering power and fell to the ground. Your Excellency, is there any misunderstanding between us? Xiong Huang said solemnly and respectfully, they are disciples of the 100 Gates. Do you have a grudge against them? In fact, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. If you have a grudge, I'm willing to be a peacemaker and resolve it. He thought that Lin Ling was here for the elites of the 100 Gates. I'm sorry. They have no grudge against me. You have a grudge against me. In front of them, the cloaked man was still walking forward. However, his left hand landed on the cloak and gently lifted it, revealing a cold face. Lin Ling. Xiong Huang was shocked when he saw this. The elites of the 100 Gates around them were also stunned. Their hearts were pounding. Was this still the Qingzhou genius Lin Ling that they looked down on? They thought that the Qingzhou was weaker than the Crimson Prefecture. They thought that Lin Ling was a stage 8 true god and that his strength was limited. But now they knew that they were wrong. A stage 8 true god defeated 2 martial immortals and returned victorious. Chapter 2859. The Sect Master of the Great Jade Pure Hall. Plop. At that moment, even more elite geniuses fell to the ground in fright. Some of them even smiled bitterly. Were they still elite geniuses in front of Lin Ling? They should just obediently remove the word genius. It's you! Xiong Huang did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Although he knew that Lin Ling was famous in Qingzhou and was not weak, he believed that Lin Ling was still inferior to him. After all, he had grown up in Five Ring City. However, he did not dare to look directly at Lin Ling now. Looking at the elite geniuses from the 100 gates around him, he shook his head. He did not think that these people could protect him. Lin Ling had hidden his strength very well. When the elite geniuses from the 100 gates provoked him at the beginning, Lin Ling remained silent and did not resist. This made them think that he was only SOS. However, after Lin Ling attacked, he immediately knew that he had been tricked. If he had known earlier, he would have left the sect master beside Xiong Huang instead of an elder. Sush. Without saying anything, Xiong Huang fled in the other direction. Stop him! At the same time, he roared. Hearing that, everyone stood there in shock. Not long ago, at the 100 Gates conference, Xiong Huang had said that if he saw Lin Ling, he would give him some pointers and let Lin Ling know that there was always someone better than him. However, now that Xiong Huang had seen Lin Ling again, he could only flee. Lin Ling, this is Crimson Prefecture. Under Realger's loud roar, someone finally walked out. So what if it's Crimson Prefecture? How dare a bunch of trash like you stop me? Seeing that Xiong Huang was fleeing, how could Lin Ling let him do as he wished? He pounced forward like a god of war. Get lost! He brandished his large sword and the elite geniuses who were blocking his way were killed with one slash. It was an all-encompassing attack. No one could stop him. The word, trash, echoed in the ears of the elite geniuses from the 100 gates. It made them smile bitterly as they realized that they were indeed trash. Even with so many people, they couldn't stop Lin Ling alone. If they weren't trash, then what were they? So what if you're from the Crimson State? In my eyes, you're just a bunch of weaklings. Lin Ling's greatsword was extremely tyrannical. As he brandished it, even the disciples couldn't stop him. They could only watch as Lin Ling arrogantly killed the Realger. As for them, they couldn't do anything. Not long ago, they had boasted that they would protect Realger. But now, they couldn't even protect themselves. If Lin Ling's target wasn't Realger, they would have knelt down and begged Lin Ling for mercy. This bastard! At this moment, Lin Ling was chasing after Realger. That fellow was really despicable and shameless. Previously, they had agreed that if he, Lin Ling, found Realger, then Realger would tell him everything. But now, that fellow only knew how to run away. But soon, Lin Ling realized that Realger had stopped in his tracks. It seemed that he was going to give up. When Lin Ling arrived, he realized that Realger was standing quietly under 2 gigantic mountains. Beside him was a tall and sturdy old man. Lin Ling, do you want to know who the murderer is? You won't have the chance in this lifetime. Realger seemed to have gained a lot of confidence as he sneered. Stray dog, you have nowhere to run. Sigh. Glancing at Realger indifferently, Lin Ling said disdainfully. His words of indifference caused Realger's face to turn gloomy. He didn't expect that he, a god empress, would end up like this. He was chased down 9 streets and didn't even dare to face Lin Ling one-on-one. Sir, you must protect Realger. Sigh. Lin Ling ignored Realger and looked at the old man. You are Lin Ling. Sigh. The old man stood there quietly like a tall mountain. His face was very strange. The left side of his face was white while the right side was black. Coupled with his dignified appearance, it gave people the feeling that they didn't dare to look at him directly. That's the sect master of the Great Jade Pure Hall. Sigh. At this moment, The elite geniuses of the 100 Sects Conference all rushed over with grave expressions. The Great Jade Pure Hall was extremely famous 30,000 years ago. It had once given birth to an expert whose name shook the Crimson region. Relying on the black and white energy, he defeated many experts. Later on, because he provoked some experts from the 9 provinces, he was finally defeated by a mysterious person. That expert then disappeared without a trace. No one knew if he was dead or not. Since then, the Great Jade Pure Hall had fallen from a 6th-grade Orthodox martial arts sect to a 4th-grade sect. But it was undeniable that although the Great Jade Pure Hall had declined, its foundation was very deep. Senior, kill him. I will recommend you to the Empress Dowager. Realgar looked at the old man and said, You are really a piece of trash. As a genius of the Azure provinces, you could only rely on the help of others when you met him. But he killed you 9 times over. Do you think you are qualified to mock others? The old man reprimanded, causing Realgar's eyes to narrow. Was the other party mocking him? From this, it could be seen that the sect master's temper wasn't very smooth. No wonder the Great Jade Pure Hall was declining. However, I will protect your life. The old man said again and looked at Lin Ling, Azure Province's Lin Ling, the most monstrous genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You have cultivated for less than 2,000 years, but you have become the king of the first generation. You are indeed powerful. What was surprising was that he was very familiar with Lin Ling. I will spare your life on account of your difficult cultivation. Now leave. The Crimson region is not a place you can come to. Senior, the Crimson region is indeed not my hometown. But if your family, friends, and sect were to be destroyed, what would you do? I would fight with my sword. That's right. That is why I am here. You are really a stubborn junior. For revenge, you came from the Azure provinces to the Crimson region. You are like a fierce dragon crossing the river. The two looked at each other and exchanged a few words. Lin Ling could see that the old man might not be a good person, but he had a magnanimous temperament. However, everyone has their own goals. I will not let you kill Realgar. If you are really stubborn, you will only end up dead. The old man's expression was cold, but there was a hint of doting in his eyes when he looked at Lin Ling. In the Great Jade Pure Hall, there were countless geniuses, but no one was more powerful than Lin Ling. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he felt a sense of appreciation for his talent. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for a genius like Lin Ling to join their Great Jade Pure Hall. We have never fought before. Everything is unknown. Lin Ling also raised his sword. His eyes were extremely firm. He has a tenacious temperament. He is a good seedling. The old man nodded. He knew that Lin Ling would not give up until all hope was gone. This battle was unavoidable. An oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the air. This fellow swept away the elite geniuses of the 100 clans and defeated the sect's elders. Now, he even dares to go against the sect master. Although the Great Jade Pure Hall is no longer glorious, it used to be famous in the Crimson region. This Lin Ling is simply courting death. Although he is courting death, it is undeniable that there are no more than 20 elite geniuses who can suppress him in the 100 Clans Conference. Chapter 2860. The Sect Leader. Xionghuang, before I win, you are not allowed to run away. If I lose, your life will be in Lin Ling's hands. The old man's body began to emit a rolling aura, causing the surrounding black tortoise ancient rocks to crack. Then they began to fall. Okay. Xionghuang immediately replied. The reason why he agreed so quickly was because he knew that Lin Ling could not win. Because Lin Ling was not qualified to fight against a sect leader. If it was in the Green region, Lin Ling would be fighting against the giants of the Green region. Lin Ling, go to hell. The old man attacked. His aura surged, and he did not hold back at all. Even though he thought highly of Lin Ling, there were some things in the world that one had no choice in. Third level of the martial immortal realm. Seeing the old man attack, Lin Ling's face turned serious. He did not know what cultivation technique the old man cultivated, but there was black and white energy swirling around his body. It was extremely mysterious. The old man's talent was a 5th-grade divine body, but his cultivation level was higher than Linling's by a few levels. Moreover, his ultimate martial path must have reached the point of perfection. This was a strong opponent. Fortunately, Linling had already erupted with his full strength. His 3 dantians merged together, and the evil flame change was also activated to the extreme. Therefore, it would not be easy for the old man to kill him. Bang bang bang. Activating the Ashura sword formation again, 10,000 swords shot towards the old man. Clear flow. The old man suddenly let out a low roar, and a fog-like white gas appeared on the surface of his body, causing his figure to become ethereal. The sea of swords shot over, and crackling sounds rang out non-stop, but the old man directly charged through the sea of swords. Your swords, don't even think of touching me. The old man laughed coldly. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers turned into a clear flow of white as he viciously grabbed. Seeing this, Linling's face changed slightly. He activated the 7 realms speed and turned into a ray of light, disappearing from where he was standing. The ground where he was standing before cracked open, and 5 huge ravines appeared. They were so deep that one could not see the end of them. However, just as Linling dodged the killing move, he immediately felt a sense of danger. He did not stop, and his body disappeared from where he was standing again. Just as he disappeared, the old man appeared. His hand grabbed, and white energy rolled like the water of the heavenly river, rumbled. However, this attack was avoided by Linling's speed. Moreover, Linling sensed that this old man's speed of the 10 realms speed. His speed far exceeded Linling's. Linling could not avoid the other party's pursuit at all. All he could do was to continue to break the olds too. As expected of Linling. He is obviously at the 8th stage of True God realm, but his world essence is surging. That is the strength of the martial immortal realm. The old man's attack failed, and he let out a sigh of admiration. This made everyone nod secretly. No wonder Linling could sweep away thousands of troops. He indeed had a mysterious trump card. What a pity! What's the use of it? The old man attacked again. His figure was ethereal, as if he was teleporting between 10,000 realms. A white sword also appeared in his hand. It was formed by the mysterious white energy, and at this moment, it pierced towards Linling. The sword was very fast, exceeding the speed of the 10 realms speed. Generally speaking, when a martial artist used martial arts, most of them would be faster than their movement techniques. And this speed was difficult for Linling to dodge. However, at the crucial moment, his left eye bloomed with a demonic light. At the crucial moment when the sword pierced towards him, at the crucial moment, his body was like a spring, and he quickly leaned back, allowing the cold sword to shoot past his cheek, avoiding that terrifying sword. If he had chosen to retreat, he would have died without a doubt. Because his speed was faster than the sword, he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he avoided that sword on the spot. This was like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. It seemed dangerous, but it was the only way to break the sword. Amazing, you actually saw through this old man's sword. Facing this old man's sword, no true God realm expert can escape or receive it. You are the first person to survive this sword in this old man's hand. The old man maintained his sword posture, and at this moment, he could not help but praise. So amazing! The spectators in the distance also exclaimed. Because they thought that Linling would be killed by this sword, but in the end, Linling avoided it. Moreover, this was in the hands of an expert with a profound martial arts foundation. To avoid that killing intent, it was impossible for them not to admire him. Crossing life Pearl Sun Finger. However, the old man was indeed a master of martial arts. He was also very experienced in battle. After his right sword pierced through the air, he took advantage of the time when Linling's upper body leaned back to form a sword and pierced out with his left finger. In his finger, wisps of white light curled around, looking very sharp. Moreover, those wisps of light became denser and denser. At the crucial moment, Linling's upper body bounced back like a spring. What was surprising was that he did not choose to use martial arts to defend himself, nor did he choose to avoid it. Instead, he used his chest to collide with that sharp finger. Puchi. Then a dull sound was heard. Lin Ling's chest was pierced through, and blood immediately gushed out. He's dead. He lost in 2 moves. Seeing this, many people clenched their fists. Clashing with the sect leader, a genius of the younger generation was indeed too weak. Sword, come, sweep away 1,000 troops. However, at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. A huge ancient sword had appeared in his right hand at some point in time, and then he swept it out. When he had just dodged the old man's sword, Lin Ling had already begun to summon the tyrannical song sword. Therefore, at this moment, he naturally counterattacked. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he disappeared on the spot at the speed of 10 worlds. However, he was still a little too slow. A strand of white beard floated down from the sky. A strand of his beard had been cut off. Didn't you say that my sword can't touch you? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice also sounded. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. When people came to their senses, they looked at the white beard on the ground and were all shocked. One had to know that the old man was a famous figure in Crimson Province for thousands of years. He had taught countless geniuses, but now, a junior had cut off the old man's beard. What's going on? Senior Gao must have been careless. That must be it. I clearly saw that Lin Ling was hit, so he must have resisted with all his might before he died. Senior Gao must have thought that Lin Ling was definitely going to die, so he was careless. The geniuses and elites of Crimson Province analyzed. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Shut up. However, at this moment, the old man shouted angrily, causing everyone to open their mouths wide. The old man seemed to be scolding them. My previous finger attack was condensed with my White Sun water flow, which can kill a 2nd-level martial immortal expert. The only flaw of this finger attack is that it needs to be charged up. The longer it is charged up, the stronger it becomes. Lin Ling discovered the characteristics of my martial arts, so he took the initiative to move forward and blocked the sword with his chest before the finger attack was completed, neutralizing my finger attack. Chapter 2861. Little Kunlun Attack. No way, Lin Ling's eyes are so sharp. He's too lucky. Lucky! Hearing that, everyone exclaimed. They could also sense that the old man's words were full of praise. This made them somewhat jealous because as geniuses, they couldn't even enter the eyes of the sect leader. Lucky? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? If life and death were close, would you choose to retreat, resist, or take the initiative? The old man coldly shouted again. Everyone instantly fell silent. If they were faced with that finger, they would definitely resist with all their might. At the very least, they would look for an opportunity to dodge. As for taking the initiative, they didn't even think about it because that would be a suicidal move. You're a disgrace to the Crimson Province. Seeing that everyone was silent, the old man reprimanded again, causing everyone to grit their teeth, feeling very humiliated. The old man also looked at Lin Ling. You're really amazing. Not only do you have reaction time, even your experience and knowledge surpass your peers. If you weren't so young, I would even think that you're an old monster who is cultivated for millions of years. Even though my finger pierced through your chest, it was only a superficial wound, right? The old man's voice was solemn. After all, Lin Ling had broken through the moves of a 3rd-level martial immortal realm martial master. He couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. At this moment, Lin Ling also nodded. The sect leader of the Great Jade Pure Hall was indeed very powerful. He, Lin Ling, had also used all his strength to block it. You're indeed a rare martial arts genius. Unfortunately, my Great Jade Pure Hall is not fortunate enough to recruit you. I'm actually envious of the Green Province. The old man sighed softly and swept his gaze over the disciples of the various sects, his eyes filled with disdain. These geniuses wanted to compete with Lin Ling? They were simply a bunch of toads. Everyone also noticed the old man's gaze. They were all furious, but there was nothing they could do. Again. The old man attacked again. His sword was like a clear stream, like a high mountain and flowing water. Ultimate martial path, the pinnacle of the Tao domain. Looking at this simple and unadorned sword strike, Lin Ling secretly cried out in alarm. When the other party attacked, The power of the universe was extremely terrifying. He simply couldn't meet force with force. He could only constantly search for the flaws in the other party's moves and break them. Lin Ling gathered all of his world essence and stared at the sword with his 10,000 elephant devil eyes. He also made his move. Amazing! 10 points of strength, 8 points of strength, and 2 points of strength reserved. After the first attack failed, it was a perfect retreat. After exchanging a few more blows, the old man exclaimed in admiration. The clash between the two of them was a clash of martial arts. It seemed simple, but when applied to Lin Ling, everything was so smooth and perfect. Others might be able to do this, but they only had the form and not the soul. Lin Ling is so powerful. Xiong Huang stared fixedly at the battle between the two. He knew that the sect leader would not go easy on Lin Ling, which was why he knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. To be praised by a senior from the Crimson Province, this was the first time in the Green Province. Unfortunately, this honor did not belong to him. Flame Coffin. After a few clashes, Lin Ling also realized that his world essence was greatly depleted, so he used a killer move. Dark Spirit Saint Force. Seeing this, the old man's expression turned serious. He sensed that the huge flame coffin could kill a first-level martial immortal. Therefore, he also erupted with his strength. Black air currents appeared, as if they could destroy everything, and surged. The old man's face turned black and white, and his aura became even more domineering. His hands were mixed with black and white energy, and he madly grabbed out. Rumble. When the flame coffin exploded, he actually tore the flame coffin apart. However, he clearly did not gain any advantage. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was slightly injured. This old man. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was the first time he saw someone so domineering, holding the flame coffin. This also meant that even though Lin Ling was strong in all major areas, he still could not defeat an expert whose realm was much higher than his. Injured. The sect leader is injured. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's helplessness, the people were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. One was the sect leader of an ancient sect, a martial immortal, and the other was a genius from the Green Province. However, the rising star injured the senior. How could this not shock the people? At least, if it were them, they would be defeated in one move. The first seal of the true God martial spirit, powerful, powerful. Your physical body is very strong, with the power of 500,000 universes, comparable to the power of 50 worlds. No wonder your endurance and explosive power are so strong. Also, you have 2 talents. Your physical body's defense is very strong, and it can absorb a large amount of the opponent's attacks, reducing the side effects. Your fire talent is focused on offense, very domineering. Most importantly, you have soul power, and you seem to be able to detect the flaws in my every move. Of course, no matter how powerful your martial arts experience is, it is all based on your realm. However, your realm essence is very strong, and this is the reason why you have not been defeated until now. The old man spat out another mouthful of blood, and said word by word. His heart was also rumbling. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying little monster. If Lin Ling was also a martial immortal, or even a stage 1 martial immortal, he knew that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. When fighting with an enemy, if you show mercy, it is an insult to you. Now, it is my turn to attack. My black and white forces are the peak of the ultimate martial Dao domain, half a step into the peak of the ultimate martial Dao, the complete Dao. You have to be careful. The old man attacked again. It was obvious that he respected Lin Ling a lot, so he attacked with his full strength. That was because Lin Ling was the most demon-level true God Junior he had ever met in his life. He even felt that it was his good fortune to be able to fight against Lin Ling. The black and white forces, the white forces are like water, increasing your speed and defense. The black forces are like torrential rivers, incomparably ferocious. One yin and one yang, one hard and one soft. Your ultimate martial Dao can defeat many geniuses with great talent. Lin Ling also shouted coldly. On the path of the martial Dao, talent did not represent everything. Powerful martial artists could also kill those with outstanding talent. What they relied on was their profound martial arts experience. My evaluation of you has increased again. You are the first junior to know the characteristics of my ultimate martial Tao. What's the use of a pity? You will still die. The old man's voice was very cold. At that moment, Lin Ling's eyes were flickering. He was already planning to activate the space-time divine steel. However, at that moment, the vine wrapped around his left arm seemed to have awakened. It grew rapidly and viciously lashed out at the old man. The whip contained the profound universal Tao. Although it seemed simple, it contained the sun, moon, and stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Pa. Chapter 2862. Circling. This. The old man was shocked. The crowd was also dumbfounded because they realized that the black and white soul seemed to be a true god martial soul. Could it be that the vine had extracted the old man's true god martial soul? Even Lin Ling was shocked because the vine was mini Kunlun. However, Lin Ling was no fool. He gripped the tyrannical song in his hand tightly and slashed out 12 times. Boom, boom, boom. The old man anxiously clashed with the huge ancient sword and was smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack continuously. The sudden change caused the surroundings to become deathly silent because no one expected that the sect leader would be suppressed again when he fought Lin Ling. Boom. However, not long after, the old man rushed out again. His face was ferocious and cold. What is that? With Lin Ling's cultivation level, although those swords were powerful, they obviously couldn't hurt him. However, after the vine whipped him, he realized that his strength had decreased by 30% or even 40%. That was why Lin Ling's sword could injure him. The reason was that the vine had extracted his innate talent. If a cultivator didn't have talent, their battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the old man was skilled in martial arts and didn't have talent, those swords would have taken his life. Ho ho, it's a part of my strength. Hearing that, Lin Ling calmly replied, "This thing is too terrifying. It can extract a person's talent." The old man frowned as if he couldn't believe it. He attacked Lin Ling again. However, when it got close to Lin Ling, the vine whipped out again. This time, it had extracted the old man's talent again, causing his strength to decrease greatly in a short period of time. Azura sword formation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ling activated the sword formation, forming a spirit formation that surged toward the old man. Rumble. This time, the old man suffered a great loss again. He was continuously slashed by the tens of thousands of swords. Moreover, he started to roar. He was too aggrieved in this battle. Firmament change. Lin Ling ignored him. He pushed the evil flame transformation to its limits. With the flaming coffin in his left hand and the ancient sword in his right, he launched his strongest attack. Around him, the small Kunlun grew larger and larger. It took root in the ground, and its vines shot into the sky. It launched a powerful attack at the old man. With every whip, the old man's innate talent was unleashed. Although he did not receive any fatal injuries, it did affect his battle prowess. By the time he reacted, Lin Ling's various powerful ultimate techniques had already arrived, making it difficult for him to defend himself. Space-time divine steel. Lin Ling knew that this was his weakest moment, so he used his strongest trump card. Rumble. In the sky, a huge stone tablet came crashing down, as if it was going to break the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. The disciples of the various sects were like cicadas in winter. They never thought that Lin Ling's attacks would be so strong. Like a storm, not only did it injure the old man, it even suppressed him to the point where he vomited blood again and again. And this is the Azure Province's genius Lin Ling that we look down on. Someone muttered to himself. Suppressing a sect leader, this was something that they did not even dare to think about. Rumble. However, the old man was worthy of being a powerful martial immortal. His tenacious fighting spirit and strength surpassed Lin Ling's imagination. He raised his hands to the sky, and the black and white energies appeared in his palms as if they were omnipotent. They actually lifted up the space-time divine steel. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Martial immortal realm, it was indeed very terrifying. His black and white energies are too heaven-defying. Boom! Lin Ling even saw that the old man's innate talent was being continuously extracted. However, the black and white energies were continuously providing spiritual energy, preventing the old man from falling down. Junior, to be able to force me to use 120% of my strength, you are the number one person under the martial immortal realm. If I remember correctly, the last time I used my full strength, it was during the 100 Sects sect leader battle. The old man roared, treating Lin Ling as a powerful sect leader. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. Sigh. However, he was clearly not afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling's current attack was not fatal. Is that so? Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling gave up on attacking. He appeared behind the old man with 7 realms speed and sent out a palm strike. This guy. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling's crazy actions, everyone forgot to breathe. Although the sect leader was suppressed by the space-time divine steel, it was very dangerous for Lin Ling to approach him. After all, no matter what, the sect leader was an old monster of the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. He was a huge elephant and Lin Ling was only an ant. Even the old man was surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling's actions were like cards that did not follow common sense. It was very difficult to understand. However, when the palm strike landed behind the old man, he discovered Lin Ling's goal. Lin Ling was actually absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the black and white energy. One had to know that the black and white energy was very mysterious. It was said that it was a mysterious energy flow that was born when the world was first created. After being observed by experts, they comprehended it. This cultivation technique was called the Heavenly Heaven Divine Reflection Technique, and it was also a cultivation technique that their sect did not pass on. The world essence cultivated by this cultivation technique was very powerful. The black and white energy greatly increased one's defense, speed, and attack. It could even emit spiritual energy at critical moments, allowing the cultivator to remain undefeated. However, Lin Ling seemed to know the characteristics of the black and white energy, so he actually came to absorb it. And if he wanted to stop the space-time divine steel, he could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. Bastard! The old man could not help but curse. Senior, you should be careful of the space-time divine steel. Yes. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He operated the primal chaos divine formula in his dantian and continued to refine the spiritual energy of the black and white energy. This was also because the old man's goal was the space-time divine steel. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so impudent. And after the old man cursed, he also discovered that Lin Ling's cultivation level seemed to be increasing. This made him even more shocked because no one had ever been able to refine the spiritual energy of others and quickly use it for their own use. Did this mean that Lin Ling was treating him like a deity crystal? Boom. When he thought of this, the sect leader was also enraged. He activated a powerful 7th grade boundary origin martial art, which temporarily increased the power of his attack. He actually managed to blast away the divine steel of time and space. His long hair danced wildly, and he looked like a war god from the primordial era. How troublesome! Lin Ling's expression changed. He immediately retreated, recalled the space-time divine steel, and immediately fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going, bastard? The sect leader no longer had the appearance of a senior. At this moment, it was obvious that his lungs were about to explode from anger. Fighting a junior at the true immortal realm, he had repeatedly been injured and even helped his opponent increase his cultivation level. If news of this spread out, he would not be able to face anyone. Go! Seeing that the old man was chasing after him like a madman, Lin Ling activated the Azura sword formation and then madly fled again. The current him was clearly not suitable for a head-on clash. The two of them clashed in the 9 Dragons 18 Grooves. Chapter 2863. The sect leader admitted defeat. Lin Ling used all his trump cards to contend with the old man. He did not meet force with force, but attacked from the side. During this process, he repeatedly let little Kunlun launch sneak attacks, and then waited on the space-time divine steel. He took the opportunity to steal the old man's black and white forces again. The old man was unlucky to have met a freak like Lin Ling. The black and white forces that he had painstakingly cultivated all his life were now being taken advantage of by Lin Ling. "Don't you fucking run." The old man kept chasing Lin Ling. His beard and hair were messy, and his eyes were red with anger. Previously, he wanted to recruit Lin Ling as a disciple, but now he did not want to do so at all. If Lin Ling came to their sect, the sect would be in chaos. Because he dared to take advantage of the sect leader. He could not suppress such a disciple. What happened? That's the sect leader of Great Jade Hall. Who is he chasing? That person is really unlucky. That's not necessarily true. Did you see? The sect leader of Great Jade Hall is obviously in a difficult situation, but his opponent is much more relaxed. The two of them flew over the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. Many people on the ground saw them, and they all felt as if they were struck by lightning. They never thought that the sect leader of Great Jade Hall would be in such a difficult situation. One had to know that that was the sect leader who taught them martial arts. That's not Lin something from Qingzhou. When they saw the old man's opponent, even the sect leaders of many sects gasped. Obviously, they did not expect that Lin Ling, who came from Qingzhou, would cause such a huge commotion in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. And this chase lasted for a full 3 days. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Ling still had not lost. Instead, through continuous sneak attacks, his realm essence continued to recover, and he became more and more energetic. Looking at the old man, he was getting weaker and weaker. "I've cultivated for 5,000 years. Even though I'm not at the top of the Crimson Prefecture, I'm still famous and highly respected. I'll kill you today, kid." The old man was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. It was no wonder that he was angry. Based on his seniority and strength, he was several times more powerful than Lin Ling. Even when Li Xiaoyao was still alive, he would have to call this old man senior. However, he couldn't swallow such a junior no matter what. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and floated in the air with a calm expression. "Not running anymore?" The old man's breathing quickened as he looked at the vine wrapped around Lin Ling's arm with extreme fear. If it weren't for that thing, he would have already defeated Lin Ling. "I'm not running anymore because I've broken through." Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence. His words caused the old man's expression to freeze. Soon after, he saw a surging aura emanating from Lin Ling's body. Demonic flame change, Azura sword array, flame coffin, heart of the flame god. All of Lin Ling's trump cards were shockingly revealed. And in the sky, the space-time divine steel also smashed down with an ancient aura. The old man immediately started to panic. This was because he saw that Lin Ling had reached the 9th level of the true god realm, but the increase in realm essence wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Most importantly, he knew that Lin Ling had stolen his black and white energy to break through. "I admit defeat." In the end, the old man spat out a few words in a sullen manner. When Lin Ling was at the 8th level of the true god realm, it was already difficult for him to defeat him. Now that his cultivation level had increased, how could he fight? What's more, he was completely drained in these 3 days. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the huge space-time divine steel smashed down from the sky and smashed the old man into the ground. "You bastard, I've already admitted defeat." The old man was smashed by the space-time divine steel. At this moment, his eyes were red as he shouted. "You wanted to kill me and now you admit defeat?" On the space-time divine steel, Lin Ling's blue and white robe appeared. He stood quietly on the divine steel and looked at the old man below. The old man was speechless. He knew that when warriors fought, once they revealed their killing intent, their opponents wouldn't be merciful. "However, on account of you helping me increase my cultivation level, I'll spare your life." However, Lin Ling's lips quickly curled into a smile. This was the first time he smiled since coming to the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. Although the old man wanted to kill him, he knew that the old man had the ability to kill him in one blow. However, the old man was curious about his strength, so he raised his attack power bit by bit. This gave Lin Ling a chance. Moreover, if it weren't for the old man's black and white energy, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to break through. It could only be said that although the old man wasn't a good person, he had a straightforward personality and was very much to Lin Ling's liking. The only flaw was that he was a little too serious. "I'll spare your life. From now on, if you see me, Lin Ling, you'll take a detour." Lin Ling's body flickered as he flew off into the distance, causing the old man to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He was a dignified sect leader of a generation, yet a junior actually spared his life in the tone of a reward? Although he was spared, how could he let go of his pride? "In fact, I still like uncivilized old antiques like you. The more serious you are, the cuter I find you." However, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted over from afar, causing the old man's eyes to twitch and his face to turn red. "Get lost. Cuter? I'm a dignified sect leader, yet I'm called cuter? If you want to kill Realgar, you'd better hurry up. That guy isn't very capable, but there are many people who want to curry favor with him." However, after the old man stood up, he still looked into the distance and said, "Also, there will be many powerhouses in the 100 Sects Conference, including some geniuses from 6th grade sections. They're not weaker than me, and in Qingzhou, they're the 9 heavens of Qingzhou." The old man seemed to have thought of something and reminded him again. "Thank you." Lin Ling's chuckle came from afar. He waved his hand and disappeared in front of the old man. In order to take revenge, this guy came to Crimson Province alone. He dares to take responsibility for his actions and is magnanimous. I like him very much. Unfortunately, I've only met one such seedling in my life, so it's difficult to recruit him as a disciple. After Lin Ling completely disappeared, a smile finally appeared on the old man's stern face. Since the beginning of the battle, he had been very appreciative of Lin Ling, so he did not immediately kill him because he appreciated talent. However, who knew that because of his appreciation of talent, the young man's strength had broken through instead. He was truly a monstrous existence. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's strength, his smile turned into a bitter smile. Although he wanted to take Lin Ling as a disciple, the disciple was stronger than the master, so how could he recruit him? What an interesting old man. At that moment, Lin Ling was flying towards the depths of the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. The battle with the sect leader had wasted a lot of his time, but Lin Ling had also gained great benefits. His realm had greatly improved, and he was more familiar with the various powers in his body. In fact, he was still very grateful to that senior. Chapter 2864. I'm saying that everyone here is just an ant. With my current ability, I'm afraid that even if Wuxing is in the 2nd stage realm, I wouldn't be afraid. And little Kunlun, it actually has the ability to beat up innate talents. Lin Ling touched the vine which was wrapped around his left arm. Towards this mysterious vine, he was getting more and more curious. As though it had sensed Lin Ling's words, the little leaves on the vine started to sway, giving off an extremely adorable feeling. "Realgar, I'm here to kill you." After his ability had increased greatly, the current Lin Ling wasn't afraid of anything. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would destroy Buddha. At this very moment, at the location where the battle took place 3 days ago, everyone was still waiting there quietly as they surrounded Realgar, discussing animatedly. I wonder how it is now. Lin Ling is really crazy, stirring up the 9 dragons and 18 ravines. From what I see, he's dead for sure. Let's just wait for the good news. As for Realgar, his expression was extremely grave, but he consoled himself that how could Lin Ling be that senior's opponent? Definitely not. "Brother, I'm here." But at this moment, a sharp roar was heard from afar, causing the sky to change color. A slender figure mixed with a sharp aura, as though he was a war god, walked over from the sky. Every step he took was as though an emperor was shaking, causing the 9 dragons and 18 ravines to shake. "Lin Ling, you're back?" Looking at that figure, the surrounding people felt as though they were struck by lightning. 3 days ago, Lin Ling arrived in a tyrannical manner, sweeping away all the elite geniuses in the 100-sect tournament and finally attracting the sect master-level practitioners. They thought that once the sect master made his move, Lin Ling would definitely be defeated. But in the end, that sect master wasn't able to take down Lin Ling, and after 3 days and 3 nights of battle, finally, Lin Ling returned victorious. Then where's Great Jade Hall's sect master? Someone's gaze started to search the surroundings. Aren't you talking rubbish? If Great Jade Hall's sect master had won, he would have appeared long ago. Someone with quick reflexes said. Everyone started to make guesses. Could it be that Great Jade Hall's sect master had lost to Lin Ling? Their faces immediately turned as ugly as the color of pig liver. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's pace wasn't fast, but it was as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts. Every step he took made them feel a bit shorter. Some of the weaker ones even began to tremble and spit out a mouthful of blood. Plop. The one with the biggest reaction was naturally Realgar. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Up until now, he had never placed Lin Ling in his eyes, because even though Lin Ling was the most powerful exceptional talent, he was still half a step into the ranks of Qing Province's 9 great heavens. Yet now, he was sure that Lin Ling already had the strength of one of Qing Province's 9 great heavens. You ants scram? At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was very calm, but when it fell into the ears of the various elite geniuses, it was as loud as thunder. You ants? They were all ants. They all frowned. Eldest senior brother Deng Yin, he's calling you ants. Moreover, you said that you would protect me. Realgar looked towards everyone, trying to ask for their help. They all laughed bitterly. They had indeed said these words, but at that time, they didn't know Lin Ling was this strong. If I'm captured by him, how will you all explain this to the sect master? Realgar shouted anxiously. Finally, someone walked out. He calmly looked towards the sky and said, Qing Province's Lin Ling, we admit that you are quite formidable, but don't look down on us. If we fight to the death, you might not be able to gain an advantage. That's right, we know that you have enmity with Brother Realgar, but can you give us a day's time? After a day, our sect master will arrive. If you want Realgar, feel free to do so. I hope you can give us some face. Also, even though we are not as strong as you, we are still elite geniuses. You calling us ants, I can't swallow this anger. The voices continued to ring out, causing Realgar to laugh uncontrollably. He hoped that Lin Ling would be intimidated by them and leave. This was his only hope. However, Lin Ling still continued to move forward. It was as if the words of those people were like the chirping of sparrows. When he reached the ground, he looked at the person who first came out and said, Ant, I'm not targeting you. As soon as he said this, the person's expression softened. Lin Ling was indeed giving him face. I'm saying that everyone here is an ant. However, Lin Ling's next sentence stunned everyone. This Qing Province's Lin Ling was too arrogant. They were all furious and all of them released their aura. However, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He quietly looked at the group of people. His gaze was as calm as the mountains and flowing water. In the eyes of the group of people, their aura gradually weakened, and their fighting spirit gradually dimmed. They didn't know why, but that gaze made them feel terrified. The calmer it was, the more terrifying it was. It was as if in another incense stick's time, if they didn't leave, they would die. Sorry, we offended you before. The young man who first came out clasped his fists, bowed, and left immediately. He had a feeling that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. I'll also apologize. I'll leave first. Brother Realgar, I'm sorry. This is a grudge between you and him. I can't help. After someone took the lead, the others spoke up one after another. It was obvious that they were just trying to show off. However, this show of strength was destroyed by Lin Ling's gaze and calm words. I'm not targeting you. I'm just saying that everyone here is an ant. This sentence lingered in their minds. How calm, how domineering. Most importantly, they couldn't refute it, nor could they resist it. Don't go. Realgar's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he watched the crowd leave anxiously. Lin Ling had become so powerful? He made the geniuses of the 100 sects of the Crimson Province flee with just one sentence. This made him feel unreal. Lin Ling didn't look at Realgar. Instead, he sat cross-legged and comprehended his own strength. Not long ago, when he fought with the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall, he continuously refined his opponent's black and white energies. Not only did his first Dantian reach the 9th level of the True God Realm, even his other Dantians reached the 9th level of the True God Realm. Now, relying on the fusion of his 3 Dantians without using martial arts, he could defeat a first-level martial immortal with just his boundary essence. Therefore, he was sure that he had already stepped into the ranks of the 9 heavens of the Green Province. So calm. Lin Ling is actually cultivating. This is a good opportunity. Why don't we make a move? If we can protect Realgar, it'll be a great merit. Get out of here. Don't get us killed. I see that Lin Ling's killing intent is extremely dense. He's definitely not a soft persimmon. You're right. I shouldn't think like that. The onlookers in the distance started whispering. Even if Lin Ling was cultivating, they didn't dare to get close. As for Realgar, his face was extremely gloomy. Chapter 2865. The Mastermind. Of course, Xiong Huang had thought of running away. However, every time he had this thought, Lin Ling's eyelashes would flutter and he would not dare to move. And this feeling of not being able to move up or down made him feel like years, as if he was suffering. Lin Ling continued to ignore him. Thinking back to the battle with the old man, he realized that he had gained a lot from that battle. Memories of the battle between Li Xiaoyao and the geniuses of the 9 prefectures rose in his mind. These memories had been covered in dust. Due to the passage of time, Lin Ling had forgotten about them. During this period of time, the sacred ground of the rainforest was facing a calamity. This caused the Emperor's fate to affect me. Thinking about the destruction of the 2 large commanderies, the destruction of the flickering light world and other matters, Lin Ling knew that the Son of Heaven that he possessed was also affecting him. Although he did not care about the slaughter, he did not like to be controlled and influenced by it. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind you? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His words and appearance made him look like an influential figure. However, he looked very young, which gave people a strange feeling. Xiong Huang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this moment would come, but when it really came, he was still a little panicked. I don't know. However, when Xiong Huang thought of that lord, he gritted his teeth. Lin Ling nodded. His expression was still calm, but it was frightening. He stood up and waved his left hand. The vine appeared. But the vine lashed out like a whip. Under the whip, a painful sound came from Xiong Huang's mouth. His talent was pulled out. That feeling was as painful as the soul being whipped. Ah! Xiong Huang's voice was like a pig being slaughtered, shocking the surroundings. Hearing that voice, the people in the distance were frightened. They could feel the pain Xiong Huang was in. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, kill me. Xiong Huang roared. However, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. In his eyes, his close friends from the sacred ground of the rainforest floated past like smoke. Lord Shui Wu Taoist came, Lord Pu, there were too many. But Lin Ling lashed out with his whip as each figure appeared in his mind. Furthermore, a whip formed from white radiance appeared in his right hand. He brandished the whip with both hands and struck the Realgar. This whip was condensed from soul force and specialized in extracting souls. If you don't want to talk, fine. I have all the time in the world. I'll beat you until you talk. Realgar groaned in pain from the beating. Its entire body was convulsing, and it was in so much pain that snot and tears were spurting out. In the end, even his urine and feces were beaten out. His soul force was constantly trembling as it was being cut apart and split apart. However, the white whip had a miraculous effect. While it was splitting apart, it was also repairing his soul force. Just like that, it continued to split apart and repair itself, making him wish he was dead. How frightening! That terrifying scene caused the bodies of the people in the distance to tremble. In truth, to a martial artist, the pain of the mortal body was the weakest. The pain of the soul, or even the pain of having one's talent extracted, these were the true excruciating pains. Realgar! So miserable! What kind of thing did this guy do to make Lin Ling torture him like this? Who knows? I just feel that this Lin Ling is too fierce. Some of the more cowardly people even left directly because they didn't dare to look at that tragic scene anymore. 9th of September wine. Realgar, who was being whipped, seemed to have gone crazy and was laughing loudly. In truth, it was a painful laugh. Don't hit me anymore. I will kowtow to you. I will call you ancestor. Spare me. However, after the laughter, it turned into tears. His tears dyed the ground wet. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear it. He continued to whip. His face was still calm, but there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Every lash of the whip was for the sake of a close friend who had passed away. Those people had no enmity with Realgar. Because they had helped Realgar, they had all died. Lin Ling felt indignant for them. If the country is destroyed, I will destroy the world. This was the sentence left behind by Realgar. Lin Ling wanted him to regret this sentence. Anyone who dared to touch Lin Ling's people would be hunted down by Lin Ling even if Lin Ling had to kill them to the ends of the earth. It was useless for anyone to protect him. But, following a crisp sound, the people in the distance saw a strange force rushing out from Realgar's body. Eventually, it turned into ashes. That seems to be an innate talent. Oh my God, he destroyed Realgar's innate talent. Realizing this, the people's faces turned pale. What a terrifying vine. This meant that even if Realgar was still a martial artist, he could no longer display the power of his innate talent. His combat power had been reduced by at least 70%. My innate talent. Realgar was in the most pain. In fact, he was also a very good genius. Otherwise, he would not have been valued by the Empress Dowager. But now he was half a cripple. With the Empress Dowager's ruthless character, he knew that even if he returned alive, the Empress Dowager would not spare his life. This meant that he, Realgar, was finished. He was completely finished. And the reason for all this was that he had provoked Lin Ling. What sin have I committed? There are so many worlds in the North region. Why did I have to destroy the rainforest sacred land? Realgar groaned, but it could not stop Lin Ling's whip. In fact, he was lashing more and more fiercely. It was as if the blood debt of everyone in the rainforest sacred land was all on Realgar. And the rainforest sacred land had countless people. However many people there were, Lin Ling would lash out as many times. I will tell you who the murderer is. I beg you to stop. Lin Ling, I was wrong. Please let me go. The murderer is the Empress Dowager. She obtained the Son of Heaven's mandate. That is the Son of Heaven's mandate that requires souls and bodies. Therefore, not only did she want to kill, she also wanted to obtain a large amount of souls. In the end, Realgar finally revealed the murderer. Lin Ling's whip finally stopped. His expression was grave as he raised his hand and looked at the horizon. The Empress Dowager, Emperor Qing's woman. All of this was indeed related to the Son of Heaven's mandate. In order to become the Emperor Qing, the Empress Dowager actually made the innocent people of the worlds sell their lives for her. What a vicious woman! Although Lin Ling had destroyed 2 large commanderies and destroyed the flickering world, he had killed countless people. However, Lin Ling had his own principles when it came to killing people. He did not kill for the Son of Heaven's mandate. Who else? Lin Ling's voice was very gloomy. There are also the Luosha Thorn and the Sunbone. They asked me to help them destroy the rainforest sacred land. Realgar quickly answered Lin Ling. After Lin Ling withdrew his whip, Realgar finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heart was filled with bitterness. Previously, he had planned to not say anything even if he was beaten to death. However, Lin Ling did not say anything and used the divine whip on him. In the end, he did not need Lin Ling to ask. He was beaten to the point where he was forced to speak. They are indeed involved. Lin Ling gritted his teeth like a ferocious lone wolf. Chapter 2866. Surrender and await capture. Lin Ling, stop hitting me. I've already told you. Why are you still hitting me? Realgar's tears flowed out as he knelt down and begged for mercy. His body trembled as his soul was being whipped. There are hundreds of millions of people in the sacred land of the rainforest. How can I let you off just because you're begging for mercy? Are their lives not lives? If I don't avenge them, who will avenge them? Lin Ling roared as his whip became even more frenzied. Rumble. Behind Realgar, the ancient basalt rocks were crushed into powder by the aura emitted by the whip. If I don't avenge them, who will avenge them? That domineering and resolute voice swept through the world like a violent storm. He really came to avenge them. That crazy Lin Ling. He came all the way from Qingzhou to Crimson Prefecture just to avenge them. He's the only madman in the world who dares to do so. The people in the distance looked at Lin Ling. They knew why Lin Ling was so angry. Realgar must have done something that made him angry. As for the enmity between martial artists, unless they had killed each other's father, they would rarely implicate their family members. Therefore, Realgar was also a taboo. That was because he didn't have any feud with Lin Ling Bang. After countless whips, Realgar finally fainted. Lin Ling held the long whip in his hand. His breathing was rapid and his eyes were red. No one knew what he was thinking. Empress Dowager, I Lin Ling will find you. Finally, he muttered to himself. With a wave of his left hand, the vine turned into a rope and tied Realgar up. Then, Lin Ling walked into the distance. Rumble. It was as if he was carrying a dead dog. Wherever he passed, the Realgar would crash into the black tortoise ancient rocks, causing them to shatter. Is that guy going to bring Realgar back just like that? Seeing Lin Ling's actions, many people had their own guesses. Then they laughed bitterly. Realgar offended Lin Ling. It was as if it had offended a malefic star that it shouldn't have offended in its lifetime. Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. He put on the large cloak again and gradually disappeared into the distance. Wherever he passed, people respectfully opened a path for him. After an unknown amount of time, figures came from afar. When they saw the scene in front of them, their faces were extremely ugly. Where's Realgar? An elder roared. Realgar was lost in front of them. How were they going to explain it to the Empress Dowager? It was taken away by Lin Ling of Qingzhou. The surrounding elite geniuses said bitterly. What? Those sect leaders and elders were all stunned, unable to believe the crowd's words. There are so many of you, including 3 elders and a sect master, yet none of you were able to stop him? You must be joking. The first old man roared angrily. Senior, do we look like we're kidding? That Lin Ling is crazy. He defeated everyone by himself and stirred up chaos. None of us can stop him. The disciples said one after another. The smiles on their faces were even more bitter. Hearing that, the sect leaders fell silent. Their hearts were pounding. At first, they thought that Lin Ling was inferior to the disciples of the 100 sects. But now, they felt that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Find him. Don't let him leave the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. The elder gave the final order. Lin Ling really wanted to leave the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. However, this place was too big and he didn't know how to leave. Rumble. He dragged the Realgar and continued to walk forward. Looking from afar, this scene was extremely shocking. The people they met along the way were also eye-opening. However, when they saw that Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak, they didn't dare to ask anything. How do I leave this place? Lin Ling naturally noticed the people in the distance and asked coldly. Senior, you can't leave this place. You can only leave after half a year. Although they didn't know who Lin Ling was talking to, the elite geniuses in the distance still replied respectfully. So troublesome? Lin Ling walked forward again. It seemed that there was a time limit to the 100 sect conference. This meant that he could only endure for half a year. Have you seen Lin Ling? After Lin Ling disappeared for a long time, a large number of people stepped on ancient rocks and leaped over like dragonflies. The person in the lead was very young, but he had a strong sense of majesty. You are? The people around him immediately replied solemnly. They felt bitter. Previously, they saw the cloaked man dragging a dog. He seemed to be very powerful. Now, they encountered a group of people whose strength was hard to see through. Why were they so unlucky? Could it be that this group of people was here to snatch the mysterious light grass? I'm Wang Guangming from the Star Sect. The young man in the lead said indifferently, "It's you." Hearing that, the faces of the elite geniuses changed drastically. This was an extremely powerful existence in the 100 Sect Conference. It was rumored that he was even stronger than the sect leader of a 4th-grade Orthodox martial arts sect. The young man's face became even colder. "We don't know who Lin Ling is," the elite geniuses said bitterly. However, one of them seemed to have thought of something. "Could it be the cloaked man who passed by earlier? What is he like?" "He's very mysterious. He's holding a vine and dragging a dog behind him. However, I didn't see clearly. The thing he's dragging seems to be a person." Chase. Hearing that, the young man led the group forward. He had received a mission from the sect leader, which was to save Xiong Huang no matter what. "Qingzhou Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. However, my strength is comparable to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. I'd like to see how powerful you are." The young man's eyes kept flickering with excitement. Right now, no one could save Xiong Huang except for him. Therefore, if he succeeded, he would be able to obtain a favor from the Empress Dowager of the Great Azure God Dynasty. "I see it. It's in front. The head." After an unknown period of time, the junior brother beside him suddenly shouted in surprise. The young man named Wang Guang was also delighted. However, when he saw Lin Ling's appearance, he was secretly shocked. On the ground, the cloaked man was like a lone ranger. He strolled in the lonely Xuanwu ancient rock, disappearing and reappearing. Behind him, there was a vine that tied up a young man. That young man was in a miserable state. His long hair was messy, and his face was full of snot and tears. He looked like a dog. There was no doubt that it was Xiong Huang. They did not expect that Xiong Huang would end up in such a situation, being dragged around like a dog. Moreover, Lin Ling should know that the 100 sects were looking for him. Instead of hiding, he walked freely. This scene was very unreal. "Stop him! Stop him!" Wang Guang waved his hand. The crowd immediately spread out and rushed forward, surrounding Lin Ling. Every one of them was sneering. "Lin Ling, surrender and we can spare your life," one of them shouted. Chapter 2867. "I'm afraid I'll kill you." The group of people were all in the true God realm. However, one of them was in the 1st level of the martial immortal realm. Moreover, his talent was not weak. He had a 7th level awakened divine body, which was even stronger than the old man he defeated earlier. "Lin Ling, put down the realgar." Wang Guangming also looked at Lin Ling. After discovering that Lin Ling was in the 9th level of the true God realm, he shook his head in disdain. He pointed at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling from the Azure Province, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, let them go and kneel down to admit your mistake. 2, fight with me. I'd like to see how powerful the geniuses from the Azure Province are." "That's right. Lin Ling, which one do you choose?" The surrounding junior brothers also began to roar. Lin Ling finally slowly took off his hat. "You really want to fight? Hi, you're scared? Is this all you've got in the Azure Province? A bunch of cowards?" Wang Guangming sneered. His tone was filled with disdain. Hearing that, Lin Ling also sneered. "I'm afraid I'll kill you." "Kill us?" Wang Guangming seemed to have misheard something. The crowd was also stunned. Then laughter rang out. They also knew that Lin Ling had defeated the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall. However, Wang Guangming was not weaker than the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall. Not only was he in the martial immortal realm, he also had talent that surpassed the head of the Great Jade Pure Hall. He was a genius that everyone revered in the 100 sect gathering. Lin Ling was in the 9th level of the True God realm. Moreover, he had many trump cards. Everyone knew that. However, that wasn't enough to defeat Wang Guangming. Then try to kill us. Let me tell you, even if Senior Guangming spares your life, we won't spare you. Since you dared to come to the Scarlet Province, even if you're one of the 9 heavens of the Azure Province, you'll still have to obediently lie down. Angry shouts rang out. There were even people who laughed loudly. Their laughter was filled with disdain. After the crowd spoke, Wang Guangming also walked out. His whole body became dazzling. Golden light, white, blue, red, and even black light appeared and condensed on his body. It made people feel like they wanted to worship him. A rank 7 awakened divine body was indeed extraordinary. Its aura was so strong that it could make people feel pressured. I've long wanted to meet the 9 heavens of Qing province, but I never had the chance to meet them. Then I'll start with you, Wang Guangming said calmly after unleashing his powerful talent. To be honest, you seem to have stepped into the ranks of the 9 heavens of Qing province, but if you really want to fight, you still can't compare to them. Lin Ling also raised his head and shook his head. Is he evaluating senior brother Guangming as a senior? He must be crazy. Not only did people mock Lin Ling, but they also sympathized with Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had no idea what it meant to be a genius of the Crimson Province. Kid, your mouth is very powerful, but I wonder if your strength is as good as yours. Wang Guangming was so angry that he laughed because he thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously. Who knew that Lin Ling's words were filled with disdain? Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to do so? Crackle. A long halberd appeared in his hand. It was also shining brightly, stirring up the wind and clouds. Senior brother Guangming is so handsome. Seeing this, the female disciples around also cheered and their eyes were filled with admiration. The long halberd was mixed with surging realm essence. In addition to Wang Guangming's powerful talent, it was faster than light and pierced towards Lin Ling. At this moment, the sky suddenly changed color. All the light was controlled by Wang Guangming. It was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also made his move. With a clap of his right hand, the tyrannical song sword shot out. However, his left hand was the most terrifying move. The vine released the realgar and threw it towards Wang Guangming's whip like a snake. After the whip was released, the realgar woke up and shouted excitedly, "Save me, save me." Slap. However, the mysterious vine was unpredictable. It extracted the wind from the universe and suddenly appeared beside Wang Guangming like an ancient law. That strange appearance made Wang Guangming's expression change slightly. However, he believed in his talent because he was light. Who had seen someone who could defeat light? When the sword slashed towards the light was completely unharmed. The only nemesis of light was darkness. Only darkness could expel light. Therefore, Wang Guangming was very confident in his talent. However, this time, he was obviously going to be disappointed. That was because little Kunlun specialized in extracting talent. Under the whip, Wang Guangming found that the strength in his body was drained. Then his dantian was in pain. Above his head, a colorful light was drawn out. This caused the power of the long halberd that he used to attack to be greatly reduced. His expression changed drastically. How could this be? Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge ancient sword came slashing down from the sky. Wang Guangming, who had lost 70% of his strength, widened his eyes. He could only watch as the giant sword got closer and closer to his eyes. In fact, that sword wasn't very strong to him. However, that was under the premise that he still had his innate talent. Therefore, he only felt a sense of helplessness in the face of that sword. Bang! Bang! Without a word, the sword directly slashed Wang Guangming into pieces. Almost at the same time, a cloaked figure holding a huge sword floated down from the sky. On the ground, everyone was silent. The realgar's expectant face turned pale. Of course, he recognized Wang Guangming. He was an existence comparable to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. However, he could not block Lin Ling's sword. In fact, you're even weaker than the leader of the Great Jade Pure Hall. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice drifted out like the wind. That was indeed the case. Lin Ling knew that Wang Guangming relied too much on his talent. With little Kunlun, any person with great talent would be greatly reduced when they met Lin Ling. Without talent, Wang Guangming was only an ordinary first-level martial immortal. Senior brother died just like that? One sword? After a moment of silence, people began to mumble to themselves. Then, their hearts rumbled. Senior brother Wang Guangming was more powerful than many sect leaders. He had participated in the sect leader competition and defeated many sect leaders. He was also designated as the next sect leader of the Full Moon sect. However, such a terrifying genius had been slain by Yi Futian. Moreover, it was with one sword. At this moment, they could not laugh. I told you not to court death. Lin Ling put on his hat again. However, his indifferent gaze looked through the hat at the remaining people. Leave your treasures behind and then leave. If I really attack, you'll all end up dead. Also, don't think about informing your sect leader. Even if he comes, he might also end up dead. A soft voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth at the same time. Hearing that, people's hearts trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling of Qingzhou was too arrogant. Even if the sect leader came, he would also die. Although they did not believe Lin Ling's words, they could only bow down to Lin Ling. Therefore, they all left their treasures behind and fled into the distance. Chapter 2868. Unbridled. Realgar, do you really think that someone can save you? Lin Ling kept little Kunlun and tied Realgar up again, dragging him forward like a dog. This caused Realgar's heart to turn to ashes. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to do whatever he wanted in the 100 sect meet? As for the treasures in the surroundings, Lin Ling had collected all of them and there were quite a number of black light grass. Previously, he had considered that since he couldn't leave in the short term, he would try his best to collect treasures and raise his strength at the same time. In the following period of time, Lin Ling dragged Realgar forward and collected all the black light grass that he encountered along the way. Furthermore, with the help of the treasures that he had plundered, he naturally reached the 10th level of the True God realm 3 months later. However, after raising his cultivation level, Lin Ling did not stop cultivating and continued to comprehend the ultimate martial Dao. Currently, his ultimate sword Dao was very powerful. It was a Dao domain and possessed more than 100% chaotic energy. However, the Azura sword array had also been cultivated to the peak, so there was only a slight increase in its power. This caused Lin Ling's gaze to fall on the Evil Flame Change. The Evil Flame Change had 6 changes, which were Evil Flame Change, Heaven Shocking Change, Wind and Cloud Change, Heaven and Earth Change, Heaven and Earth Change. The last change, Heaven and Earth Change. This required an enormous amount of boundary essence to support it. Therefore, even the Evil Flame God found it difficult to comprehend it. However, Lin Ling possessed 3 dantians and boundary essence was not a problem. The last change was comprehending the power of the universe. This was a power that was even more ancient than chaotic energy. Under the ancient rock, Lin Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. His delicate and handsome face was frowning and unfurling from time to time. Around him, fist-sized flaming coffins floated like gorgeous flaming butterflies. Not far away, Realgar was still tied up, but his expression was extremely ugly. During this period of time, he had watched as Lin Ling broke through his cultivation level repeatedly. He realized that Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to have no bottlenecks at all. In fact, Lin Ling gave him the feeling of a martial arts legend. Now, when he saw a large number of small coffins floating around Lin Ling, he immediately became frightened. If he remembered correctly, that was the flame coffin. This was also the martial art that Lin Ling relied on to become famous. But now, there wasn't just one coffin, but hundreds of them. It was hard to imagine. If these coffins were to fall to the ground, then myriad worlds would be destroyed. His Dao of Fire is rising at a crazy rate. I'm afraid he has already reached the Dao domain of the ultimate martial Dao. Furthermore, he's in a very peak state. Why is his perception so strong? Right now, in Qing province, he would be a true giant. I'm afraid he would be ranked in the top few of the 9 heavens in Qing province. I actually provoked such a monstrous character. I regret it so much. A large number of thoughts appeared in Realgar's mind. However, Realgar's guess wasn't wrong. Lin Ling's Evil Flame Transformation's final transformation, Heaven and Earth Transformation, not only did it raise Lin Ling's boundary essence to the 3rd level, it also raised his speed by a huge margin and added another 10% of the power of the universe. Moreover, after activating the Heaven and Earth transformation, Lin Ling had the speed of 11 worlds. And by relying on the godly demon body, it was also the speed of 9 worlds. It could be said that as long as it was the 1st level of the martial immortal realm, Lin Ling could kill him effortlessly. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally stood up and said with a smile, "There's still one more month." After saying that, he dragged Realgar and set off on his journey again. Moreover, his advance could be said to be unrestrained. That's Qing Province's Lin Ling. He appeared again. Last month, he defeated the head of the Lutian water sect, Venerable Yun Zhou. Yes. Now, there are not many people who dare to face the head of the 100 sect gathering. This expert took Realgar away just like that. Our 100 sect gathering can't do anything about it and let him run rampant. Many of the people who discovered Lin Ling began to discuss among themselves. In the nearby area, Qing Province's Lin Ling could be said to have risen to fame like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. People no longer treated him as a genius, but as a head. However, what was ironic was that Lin Ling was very young and had cultivated for less than 2,000 years. Lin Ling did not care about the gazes of the people in the 100 sect gathering. His goal was to bring Realgar out of here. Therefore, he dragged Realgar further and further away. On this day, he discovered that the surrounding rocks had started to change color and turned into a blood-red color. The 18 ravines of the 9 dragons is very, very big. Even the head of the 100 sect gathering has not traveled through it. What exactly is this place? Looking at the blood-red rocks indifferently, Lin Ling frowned and said, "Now, he could not leave even if he wanted to. All the mysterious light grass in the nearby area had been plundered by him. Therefore, he was very depressed. Lin Ling, you've already walked out of the territory of the 100 sect gathering." At this moment, Realgar, who was tied up, said coldly, "That's right. You've already arrived at the territory to the east of the Crimson Province." At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on top of a massive blood-red ancient rock. He looked down at Lin Ling, but there was a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. This was because he discovered that this mysterious cloaked figure didn't seem to be someone from his side. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Ling, who was wearing a large cloak, asked indifferently. This time, the middle-aged man was even more surprised because Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. One must know that he was an expert at the second level of the martial immortal realm and the head of a sect. However, the mysterious cloaked man did not panic at all when he saw him. The Crimson Province is divided into 4 directions: east, west, north, and south. The 100 sect gathering is a sect gathering that represents the 4 directions. You may be from the sect to the west of the Crimson Province, but this is the territory to the east of the Crimson Province, said the middle-aged man. "I see." Lin Ling nodded. The 18 ravines of the 9 dragons was larger than he had imagined. The 100 sect gathering represented the entire Crimson Province. The area he was in previously was only one of the 100 great sects in one of the regions. This further showed that the Crimson Province was stronger than the Qing Province. After all, in the area he was in previously, many people were more powerful than the experts in the Qing Province, not to mention the area he was in now. "Sir, are you interested in traveling with me?" The middle-aged man pondered for a while and suddenly smiled. Then he explained, "It's like this. We came across a secret realm in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. It's called the Dragon Scale Secret Realm, and we found many treasures. However, our opponent, the Twin Dragon sect, appeared and killed many of our people and seized many treasures. Therefore, we need help now." "Your sect? You're the head of a sect?" Lin Ling asked indifferently. "That's right. I'm the head of the Jialan Ancient Martial Arts sect. I've reached an agreement with a few other sect heads to form an alliance. However, the Twin Dragon sect is an old rival. They have gathered many sects to form an alliance to snatch treasures. Of course, the most important thing is that they found an old monster from somewhere. He's very powerful and has 20% of the power of the universe. Most of us only have 10% of the power of the universe. Therefore, we're no match for him," said the middle-aged man slowly. However, when he mentioned the Twin Dragon sect, he gritted his teeth. "I'm only at the True God realm. Do you think I can help?" Chapter 2869. Invitation. At first, I thought you were an ordinary True God. However, when I appeared, your reaction was very calm and you spoke as if you were on the same level as me. Therefore, I thought that your strength is not weaker than mine. I'm afraid that you're hiding your cultivation with a cultivation technique. Moreover, you should be a sect leader." The middle-aged man laughed and threw out a brocade bag. Lin Ling took it and found that there were many mysterious light herbs inside. "It must be the reward." "Okay, but I have a condition. If you get the treasures of the Dragon Scale Mystery Realm, I want one of them." Deal. The two of them nodded. Lin Ling still had a month before he could leave. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go and take a look. His strength had increased greatly and he was not afraid of ordinary early-stage martial immortals. Moreover, he wanted to see how powerful an expert who had 20% of the power of the universe was. For some older martial artists, if their talent was not strong, they had to rely on the ultimate martial path. The ultimate martial path was the power of the universe. "Can I see your appearance?" the middle-aged man said again. Without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, he flicked his finger and a powerful boundary essence shot towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not move. The tyrannical song sword behind him shot out on its own and formed a sword array to block the realm essence. "Ha, then you can do it yourself." The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. He had given the mysterious light herbs as a reward, so he definitely would not give it for free. Therefore, he had tested him before. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the other party had blocked it calmly. Obviously, he had used 30% of his strength. This meant that he had guessed correctly. The other party was not much weaker than him. His reward was not given for free. In fact, he did not know that Lin Ling had only used 10% of his strength. "I'm still used to taking off my cloak." Lin Ling also knew the other party's intention. He could understand. He took off his cloak and revealed his handsome face. "You're so young?" Seeing this, the middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and his face was filled with disbelief. He thought that Lin Ling was also an old monster, but who knew that he was a disciple? "Could it be that I'm not qualified to join?" Lin Ling smiled. Enough. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. He was still in shock. He had never seen such a young expert before. In fact, he was also a sect master with 1 million disciples. His sect also had countless geniuses, but a monstrous disciple like Lin Ling could be said to be non-existent. However, no matter how young this young man was, his strength had clearly reached the standard and could help them. "Then let's go. This guy behind you, it's just a dog. It won't get in the way." The two of them immediately moved forward. Of course, on the way, the middle-aged man also introduced himself. His name was Tianhu Zhenren, and he was the head of a sect with more than 1 million disciples. Lin Ling also introduced himself. His attitude towards Tianhu Zhenren was neither haughty nor humble, which surprised the latter. He found that Lin Ling's attitude towards him was very calm, even as if he was a lord. How could he know that Lin Ling came from the west of the Crimson State? Even the sect master on his side was scared by him. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a red valley. The ground here was also like scales, but the color was red. Walking on the ground was like walking on the body of a giant dragon. The red schists were the scales. "Sect master." Voices quickly sounded. Looking around, the valley was full of people sitting in rows. They were all Tianhu Zhenren's disciples. "Hurry up and greet Senior Lin." Tianhu Zhenren said sternly, making everyone salute Lin Ling. Tianhu Zhenren looked at Lin Ling and said, "By the way, we have a total of 5 sects in the alliance. They have also gone to look for experts. They should be back by now." As he spoke, there was a whistling sound in the distance. A fierce tiger was galloping in the sky. Then, several figures jumped down from the tiger and walked towards the valley. The 4 people in the lead were wearing the robes of the sect masters. They were not young. Behind them were 6 people with extraordinary auras. One of them even had the aura of a venerable emperor. They were all experts in the martial immortal realm. They were as ethereal as immortals, as if they had cultivated for countless years. "These are the disciples of your sect?" Among the 6 people, an old man spoke. He was a senior in the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. He was extremely powerful. The other 4 sect masters immediately smiled and explained. It could be seen that the 6 people were invited by them. Tianhu Zhenren also walked over with Lin Ling. He introduced them to Lin Ling. These are the seniors of the Crimson State. You can't underestimate them. This is the Sky Fantasy Old Man. He introduced them one by one. Lin Ling nodded slightly. He did not salute or say anything. On the contrary, the 6 people stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. The old man in the lead frowned and said, "So young? You asked him to help. Do you want to kill him? His cultivation time is only at the level of your disciple." This old man had some skill. He actually saw through Lin Ling's age. He's not even a martial immortal realm expert. You must be joking. The other people also frowned. Their words shocked Tianhu Zhenren's disciples. They did not expect that the expert invited by the sect master was the same age as them. Tianhu Zhenren was a little embarrassed. The other 4 sect masters also looked at him suspiciously. They did not understand why he invited Lin Ling. It seems that you don't know who your opponent is. They invited the 7 Stars Emperor in daytime. He's a big shot in the Crimson State. He's from the Heavenly Court and controls 20% of the power of the universe. He has few opponents in the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. It's said that he has defeated experts with desolate body before. The power of the universe is the ultimate power. It's born in the universe. It's even more terrifying than the power of the universe. The old man said with a frown. He was not the master, so he did not drive Lin Ling away. He was just saying that Lin Ling could not help at all. Under Lin Ling's cloak, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This old man was giving him pointers? In terms of the power of the universe, although Li Xiaoyao was not number 1 in the past, he was definitely more familiar with it than them. He did not explain. He would slowly watch these seniors put on an act. Watch carefully. The old man stretched out one hand and pointed to the sky. A strong light shot into the sky, as if the aura of the ancient era had erupted. Immediately, cracks appeared in the sky. One must know that this was the void of the universe, the 9 dragons and 18 ravines. The old man was able to break through the void. From this, one could see that the power of the universe was indeed amazing. Rumble. The sky rumbled incessantly as cracks spread out like glass. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of the universe was the foundation of martial artists. Moreover, it was not weak and could destroy 10,000 worlds. However, the laws of the universe did not fear the power of the universe. For example, in the Crimson State, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he could not break this huge world. This was the weakness of the universe. However, the power of the universe could. When the powerful 9 states was attacked by the power of the universe, it would also undergo a tremendous change. Chapter 2870. Dragon Scale Secret Realm. Most of you here have 10% of the power of the universe, but that 7 Stars Emperor of the Heavenly Court has 10% more power of the universe than you. Don't underestimate this 10%. If your talent is not as good as his, he can easily kill you. Old man. That old man said again, causing Taoist Tianhu and the others to break out in cold sweat. Even in the same realm, there are strong and weak. A powerful martial immortal is like an immortal to them. Thank you, Sky Fantasy Old Man. Old man. Taoist Tianhu quickly said and bowed. I've received your payment, so I'll naturally do it beautifully. I want to see how powerful that 7 Stars Emperor of the day is. That old man puffed out his chest and said indifferently. His words were full of confidence, making Taoist Tianhu and the other sect leaders very happy. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head. The old man probably possessed 20% of universal force, so he was confident that he wasn't inferior to the 7 Star Emperor in daylight. However, if the 7 Star Emperor in daylight possessed greater natural talent or possessed a higher cultivation, then the Sky Fantasy Elder might not be a match for him. Of course, Lin Ling did not express his opinion and waited quietly. Without a doubt, those experts were treated as distinguished guests by the various sections. The various sect leaders were extremely polite to them. They even caught spirit beasts from far away and roasted them personally for them to eat. After some wine and meat, those experts finally stood up. Seeing this, the various sect leaders were happy, knowing that these experts are going to move out. Is he going too? It's not that my words are unpleasant, but it's really useless for him to follow. He can't even block one attack from others. Sky Fantasy Old Man looked at Lin Ling and said. Taoist Tianhu shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling was invited by him. Although he can't help much, at least he can help. Lin Ling also said, I've accepted Taoist Tianhu's mysterious light grass. It's reasonable for me to do what he entrusted me. As for the 7 stars Emperor of the Day, I think it's just that. Old man. After saying that, he took the lead and moved forward. Those experts were all stunned. Even Taoist Tianhu and the other sect leaders were stunned. This Lin Ling is too arrogant. Nonsense. Old man Tianhuan was stunned for a moment before he became angry. Senior Sky Phantasm, don't mind it. Tianhu's spiritual master hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. Hearing his words, the illusionary Sky Elder coldly snorted. After all, he was an invited guest, so even if he was angry, he had no right to drive Lin Ling away. Soon, everyone was on their way. Let your sect's disciples go together. Although they won't be of much help, at least they can help. The illusion old man suddenly said. This is too dangerous. With a martial immortal expert attacking, if they are careless, many of them will be killed. Spiritual Master Tianhu and the other sect leaders did not agree with this proposal. Have you all forgotten who is here this time? With me here, they will be safe and sound. The Sky Fantasy Old Man said. Sect leader, let's go together. Hearing the Sky Fantasy Old Man's confident words, all the sect's disciples shouted and finally, Spiritual Master Tianhu and the other sect leaders nodded. On the ancient red stone land, a long line of people was moving forward majestically. Lin Ling was also in the line. His face under the cloak revealed a smile as he slowly appreciated the unique scenery of the 9 dragons and 18 ravines. Senior Lin Ling, have you fought with a martial immortal expert before? On the way, Spiritual Master Tianhu's disciples were very respectful to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was not as strong as the Sky Fantasy Old Man, since he was invited by the sect leaders, his strength must be above them. Of course I have fought with them. Lin Ling nodded. Wow, powerful. Martial immortal, that is a martial immortal. Senior Lin Ling, where did you come from? Have you defeated a martial immortal expert before? Hearing this, the disciples' interest was greatly raised. That depends on the level of martial immortal. If it is early stage, 90% of them are not my opponents. Lin Ling explained with a smile. It can't be, Senior is a true immortal expert. This time, the disciples were even more surprised. They knew that there were many geniuses in the land of the 9 prefectures. Some geniuses were extremely powerful when it came to challenging people of a higher realm. Therefore, they knew that Lin Ling was a genius. However, Lin Ling's ability to challenge people of a higher realm was too high. They found it hard to believe. In fact, since they were able to come to the Crimson Province, they were naturally geniuses. However, they also knew that compared to a mysterious genius like Lin Ling, they could not compare to him. Deceiving people with lies. As if he heard Lin Ling's words, the Sky Fantasy Old Man disdainfully snorted and his face became very serious. Hearing this, the disciples did not dare to speak. Lin Ling smiled and did not refute the Sky Fantasy Old Man. This Sky Fantasy Old Man is very strict. He is strong. Of course he has the qualifications. Yes, but I still think that Senior Lin Ling is easier to talk to. After the Sky Fantasy Old Man left, the disciples dared to talk among themselves. After traveling for an entire day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a tranquil ancient lake. It was as vast as the sea and as clear as a mirror. In the middle of the ancient lake, a natural dragon head formed by rocks appeared. The dragon opened its mouth wide, revealing a black expanse, as if it was connected to another world. Strands of mysterious aura also spread out from it. Dragon Scale Artifact. Seeing this, the group stopped and looked at the dragon head in the ancient lake in surprise. They had heard of the legend that there were dragon-scale artifacts in the 18 grooves of the 9 dragons, and there were more than one. It was said that they were formed from dragon tendons, and there were countless treasures inside. The 18 grooves of the 9 dragons? I heard that it was the incarnation of several ancient dragons. The dragon-scale artifacts should be some of the dragon's key parts, such as the dragon's claws and eyes. Lin Ling said secretly. Sky Fantasy Old Man, this is the dragon-scale artifact we found, but the Twin Dragons Union did not follow the rules and took it for themselves. Taoist Tianhu and the other sect masters also said. Don't worry, we are here today. The Sky Fantasy Old Man and the other experts said indifferently at this moment. With the giants of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper, this matter will definitely be resolved. Hearing this, Taoist Tianhu and the others felt relieved. The Sky Fantasy Old Man squinted his eyes and said, Your sects have old conflicts, this time I will also resolve it for you. After I defeat the 7 Stars Emperor, your sects will move out and surround them. Don't let them escape, I will personally destroy their sects. However, there is water in this place. There is an ancient saying that water is good at flowing. It will be difficult to catch them all in one net. The Sky Fantasy Old Man's words undoubtedly made Taoist Tianhu and the others happy because their goal was to defeat the opponent's experts, who knew that the Sky Fantasy Old Man was confident that he could destroy the opponent's sect. I will go and invite them. Soon, Taoist Tianhu led his disciples and floated towards the ancient lake. Old Man Dian, we are here. Chapter 2871. Defeat. Swish, 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 swish. After the sound, the surroundings of the ancient lake began to wriggle. Soon after, many figures shot out. There were many of them. It could be seen that they had been guarding this place the entire time. Taoist Tianhu? An old man wearing a bagua robe was also angrily staring at Taoist Tianhu. There were also several sect leaders beside him. All of them looked ready to fight. This was obviously the sect of the Twin Dragons Society. Don't be impatient. The dragon scale secret treasure is about to open. These useless people can't do anything. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a 7-star emperor robe walked out step by step. As he walked, invisible ripples spread out, making him seem like the universe, like the chaos, like a god that was born when the world was created. This was the 7-star emperor in daytime. This was an ancient person from the Crimson Province. He had traveled in the 9 provinces and was a powerful member of the Heavenly Court. Seeing that, the faces of Taoist Tianhu and the others became serious. They were all martial immortals, but the latter gave them a lot of pressure, as if the sky was above their heads. You're called Taoist Tianhu, right? I'll give you a chance. Take your disciples and get lost immediately. The 7-star emperor in daytime said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it was like the might of the heavens, causing Taoist Tianhu to be secretly shocked. However, when they thought of the experts they had invited, they became more confident. 7-star emperor in daytime, our sect has no enmity with you. Why must you oppose us? Sowing discord is useless against me. You don't need to do so. Today, I'll definitely help the Twin Dragons Society. The middle-aged man replied. It seems that you've walked the same path to the end. Don't think that you can dominate everything with 20% of the power of the universe. Let me tell you, we found this dragon-scale secret treasure first. So, we will definitely not leave. Taoist Tianhu also knew that a great battle was unavoidable. So, he did not hold back. It seems that you know my strength. But so what if you know? The power of the universe is more difficult than the power of the primal chaos. You won't be able to touch 20% of the power of the universe in your entire life. Now, are you all planning to die? That middle-aged man laughed insolently, making the ancient lake's waves soar into the sky, rumbling loudly. Don't think that you're the only one with 20% of the power of the universe. Reverend Tianhu snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he turned around and saluted, Seniors, please. True Monarch Lightleaf, go test him out. Next to the ancient lake, the Sky Illusion Elder also spoke. However, His expression was a bit serious because he found out that the 7-star Emperor in white was a bit stronger than expected. Beside him, a middle-aged man immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above the ancient lake. This was the speed of 10 realms. The crowd was in an uproar. This speed was too fast. Second level of the martial immortal realm? Are you here to die? The 7-star Emperor looked at the newcomer with disdain, shook his head, and said, "I'm not interested in listening to you introduce yourself. If you want to take back the dragon scale artifact, then let's start." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man on the other side flew into a rage. He was a well-known figure in the Crimson Province, but the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Xin Shao. He knew that ordinary methods were useless against the 7-star Emperor in daytime, so he directly unleashed his ultimate technique. An enormous amount of boundary essence energy, in addition to a middle grade 6 boundary essence martial art, was unleashed in a mighty manner. A long shao pierced through the heavens and earth. That terrifying power could kill any first-level martial immortal. Moreover, any technique of the true immortal realm was destroyed by the shao. Rizhao Star. However, the 7-star Emperor in daytime flicked his finger, and a white meteor shot out. It rolled and collided with the long shao. In an instant, the middle-aged man spat out blood. His opponent's boundary essence was too enormous. As soon as he spat out blood, the hot meteor shot over. At first, it was only the size of a firefly, but when it reached him, it became the size of a small mountain. "Sky Illusion Elder, save me." The middle-aged man let out an anxious cry. However, it was too late. That meteor directly catalyzed him, turning him into nothingness. A martial immortal realm expert died so easily. It made people feel that it was unreal. After all, such a person in the 10,000 realms, or even in the Azure province, was a person of virtue and prestige. "You killed him." The Sky Illusion Elder immediately roared. "Trash like him, what's the use of not dying? Now it's your turn, Sky Illusion Elder." The 7-star Emperor in daytime said indifferently. He obviously knew the Sky Illusion Elder, but he did not put him in his eyes at all. "Sky Illusion Elder, it's up to you." "Yes." Daoist Tianhu and the others became nervous. The middle-aged man was slightly stronger than them, but he could not block a single attack. So, if the Sky Illusion Elder was defeated, all of them would die. "Ha, Daoist Tianhu, just wait for your sect to be destroyed." "Yes." In the distance, the people of the Twin Dragon Society were shouting proudly. Today, they could also destroy Daoist Tianhu's sect. At that moment, the Sky Illusion Elder finally floated out. However, his expression was extremely serious because he did not expect that the middle-aged man could not block a single attack. After all, if it was him, he would not be defeated in less than 20 attacks. "I'll try my best." "Yes." Daoist Tianhu and the others felt that something was wrong because the Sky Illusion Elder's words did not seem to be very confident. "I'm the Sky Illusion Elder." "Yes." After coming out, the Sky Illusion Elder spoke first. "You don't need to introduce yourself, I'm not interested in trash like you." However, the 7-star Emperor in daytime stretched out his finger and said while shaking it, "You're going too far." "Ha." The Sky Illusion Elder has been practicing martial arts for 50,000 years. He is a person of virtue and prestige. When has he ever been looked down upon like this? He instantly became furious. Boom, 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 boom. The two experts crazily collided. With speed exceeding 10 realms, they engulfed the ancient lake. The water of the ancient lake continuously evaporated and gradually disappeared. Finally, a huge dragon head appeared in the lake. If one looked carefully, it turned out that there was a dragon body in the place that was submerged by the water. Of course, no one cared about the dragon body now. Their gazes were fixed on the fierce battle in the sky. Those two experts both possessed 20% of universal power. Moreover, their cultivation was the same. No one knew who would win in the end. They're both early martial immortals, but their strength is much stronger than ours. Taoist Tianhu and the other sect heads' faces were very pale. The attack power of 20% of universal power was simply beyond their imagination. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, an explosion suddenly sounded. Then, a figure flew out from the ancient lake. Looking at the sky above the ancient lake, the white robe fluttered in the wind. That person retreated more than 10 steps. However, he was still floating above the ancient lake. It's over! Everyone was greatly alarmed. They looked at the person beside the ancient lake and discovered that it was the Sky Illusion Elder. Obviously, the Sky Illusion Elder was defeated. How could this be? Taoist Tianhu and the others' faces instantly turned ashen. Like me, you possess 20% of universal power. However, your talent is a grade 8 divine body. The Sky Illusion Elder stared at the sky. After saying those words, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2872. Flames appear, heaven and earth change. You think you're my opponent? That 7-star Emperor's face was somewhat pale. Obviously, it was a narrow victory. After all, Sky Illusion Old Man was not a pushover. My talent can increase my realm essence by a huge amount. This is the reason why you lost. Now, what else do you have to say? 7-star Emperor walked over step by step. His aura was domineering and majestic as if he was looking down on the world. Sky Illusion Old Man, please. Seeing this, Taoist Tianhu and the others shouted anxiously. However, in their eyes, the old man smiled bitterly, spat out blood again, and sat down cross-legged. This made Taoist Tianhu and the others' faces dim because they knew that Sky Illusion Old Man had lost the power to fight. Senior 7-star Emperor, can you use treasures to exchange for our lives? Raising their heads again, several sect masters looked at 7-star Emperor and asked, You think I'm lacking treasures? 7-star Emperor said contemptuously. With life and death approaching, Taoist Tianhu and the others would definitely not give up the chance to live. He said again, Then I wonder what Senior needs? Whatever the Twin Dragons Guild can give, we can give. Now you know fear? Let me tell you, one of the ancestors of the Twin Dragons Guild had once saved me, and this is what you can give? 7-star Emperor laughed mockingly. His words let Taoist Tianhu and the others know that they could not escape death today. On the other side, the sect masters and disciples of the Twin Dragons Guild all shouted, Destroy them, I want to devour their sect. Sigh, we underestimated the strength of 7-star Emperor. Seeing that the other party was planning to kill them all, Taoist Tianhu and the others sighed. On the path of martial arts, every step was difficult. One careless mistake and they would turn into ashes. They naturally knew this truth. However, when the truth fell on their heads, they knew how cruel the world was. As for their sect's disciples, they sat down powerlessly. Some of the timid ones even cried. Moreover, some were so angry that their eyes turned red. They cursed Sky Illusion Old Man because this expert was too confident and caused them to die. However, just as death was about to arrive, suddenly, an indifferent voice floated out. Now, is it my turn to make a move? The ancient lake suddenly quieted down. For you. The 7-star Monarch also looked at the ancient lake, looking for the person who spoke. Then he saw a cloaked person slowly walk out, which made him frown. But then he saw the cloaked man take off his cloak, revealing a clean face. He was very young. Most importantly, that kid was just true God realm. Who are you? However, the 7-star Emperor in the daytime frowned. Because he believed that the kid had seen the battle just now, but he still dared to come out after seeing it. This meant that there was definitely something hidden. Unless that kid was an idiot. Over at the Twin Dragons Society's side, everyone was also taken aback and then roared with laughter. Even the Sky Fantasy Old Man, a martial immortal, was defeated. What could that true god stage brat do? He would be killed with a single finger. Tianhu Zhenren, can I make my move now? I've taken the reward, so I have to put up a front. So, all you need to do is say the word and I'll kill him. The person who had come was Lin Ling. He spoke with a calm expression. Boom. When these words came out, the ancient lake seemed to have exploded. Kill him? A true god stage killing a martial immortal stage 3? This kid must have not woken up yet. This. Tianhu Jinren and the other sect leaders were all smiling bitterly. Of course, they did not think that Lin Ling could reverse the situation. But now that Lin Ling had asked them, they had no choice but to answer. Go, go! Tianhu Jinren waved his hand and said, his tone was filled with helplessness. Sky Fantasy Old Man also opened his eyes. His old face was filled with a bitter smile. Little friend, don't underestimate him. At this moment, he no longer looked down on people with the seriousness from before. He did not think that Lin Ling could win, but he felt that Lin Ling's courage was too admirable. Kid, do you really want to die? 7-star the Arch felt like he was being toyed with. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Now that Tianhu Jinren had agreed, he could also make his move. He smiled and said indifferently, you're called 7-star Emperor Tyrant, who is your master? If your master was here, I would be afraid of him. But you're still too weak. What? 7-star Emperor did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, 20% of the power of the universe. Not bad. With such great power, you can defeat 70% of the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. However, there is always someone better than you. If you play with great power, others may not be weaker than you. What? 7-star Emperor finally roared. This kid was using the tone of a senior to evaluate him? This guy. Sky Fantasy Old Man gave up on healing and looked at Lin Ling with a dumbfounded expression. Did this Lin Ling not see the previous battle? Why was he still spouting such arrogant words even now? Tianhu Jinren, he's the person you invited? Beside Tianhu Jinren, the other sect leaders were also shocked. They felt that Lin Ling did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, after 7-star Emperor flew into a rage, his killing intent rose. You are the person I want to kill the most. You will be the first to die. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Sigh. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Flames finally appeared on the surface of his body. Moreover, the sky began to oppress. No one knew what martial arts he used, but the temperature in the surrounding area was extremely high. Most importantly, Lin Ling seemed to be in the true god realm, but his boundary essence was rising steadily, giving people a great pressure. Because his 3 dantians began to merge, and the evil flame change was activated to the final transformation. Sensing Lin Ling's change, the 7-star Emperor in White Sun let out a fierce shout. Boundless realm essence surged from his body, transforming into numerous meteors that shot towards Lin Ling. 20% of the power of the universe suddenly arrived. Seeing this, Sky Fantasy Old Man and the other experts all stopped breathing. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling still stood quietly without moving, as if he did not know how powerful 7-star Emperor's 20% of the power of the universe was. Be careful! Screech! Tianhu Jinren shouted in horror, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble! The clouds in the sky were burned away, and coffins seemed to be summoned from the void of the universe, causing the sky to become colorful. The destructive aura was extremely terrifying. Look! Screech! Everyone raised their heads, and their expressions changed greatly. Sky Fantasy Old Man and the other experts looked at Lin Ling and found that the flames on his body were surging, as if he was summoning the flame coffins in the sky. Heaven and earth change. Screech! Finally, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His long hair danced wildly, and his cloak flapped loudly. Flames appeared, and heaven and earth changed. Rumble! Chapter 2873. A Strange Scabbard. That 7-star Emperor in daytime shouted in alarm. He discovered that the power of those flame coffins had long since surpassed the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. He could not understand how a true god of the younger generation could unleash so much world essence. Then, without saying a word, he was directly killed by a flame coffin. The ancient lake was also blown into ruins. The entire earth continued to shake. Looking at the twin dragons' union, who knows how many people were killed or injured? Meteors falling from the sky, nothing more than this. Is he still a human? Looking at the scene of a great calamity descending, the sky fantasy old man, Tianhu Taoist, and the others were so scared that their lips turned white. They did not expect that a true immortal realm junior would have such a large amount of world energy. Moreover, those flame coffins had 10% of the power of the universe. Shouldn't the power of the universe be comprehended by martial immortals? This guy's talent is all grade 5. His talent is not weak, but the density of his world energy is the most terrifying thing. After the shock, the sky fantasy old man could not close his mouth. Then, he thought of how he put on airs in front of Lin Ling and immediately slapped himself a few times. Such a terrifying guy was not a little brat at all. He was simply a martial arts legend. Tianhu Taoist, you've brought back a good helper. Yes. That's right. However, his flame coffins did not distinguish between friend and foe. Many of our sect's disciples were injured and were blown away. Yes. No matter what, he saved us today. I was wondering why a true immortal realm junior was not afraid of us. It turns out that this guy simply treated the sect leader as a fart. Yes. The other sect leaders also said one after another. Their words were indeed true. In the direction where Lin Ling came from, when the sect leaders saw Lin Ling, it was as if they saw a demon. Then, they hurriedly rushed towards Lin Ling. Words of flattery came out one after another, treating Lin Ling as an honored guest. Even the sky fantasy old man dragged his heavy injuries and walked forward with a smile. Lin Ling calmly listened to those words, a look of indifference on his face. In truth, he already knew that he would win. But just like before, after using the evil flame transformation's heaven and earth transformation, all the world essence in his body was exhausted. Let's not talk about those empty words. We can enter the dragon scale mystery realm now. Lin Ling looked at the dragon mouth rock in the middle of the ancient lake and strode towards it. As for the remaining members of the Twin Dragons Association, they will be left for Taoist Tianhu to deal with. Looking at the calm Lin Ling, all the seniors revealed reverence in their eyes. There were countless geniuses in the 9 prefectures of the heavens and earth. Although they would never reach such heights in their lifetime, they still yearned for it. In front of the dragon's mouth, Lin Ling stood indifferently. Previously he had seen the flame coffin fall, but the dragon's mouth was unscathed. It was indeed very mysterious. I wonder where this dragon mouth leads to. Lin Ling quietly said. The 9 dragons and 18 ravines were like ancient dragons, so this entrance should lead to the other side. After a careful inspection, Lin Ling stepped into the cave. Behind him, Taoist Tianhu and the other experts also followed in. The cave was a little hot and long. The surrounding rocks were obviously brighter red, so red that water could drip out. Could it be that this is a cave formed by a young dragon? The Sky Fantasia elder muttered to himself. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a place where dragon chi condenses. However, Lin Ling indifferently replied. Your Excellency is right. The Sky Fantasia elder laughed. Being reprimanded by Lin Ling, he did not feel ashamed at all. Previously, he had already guessed that this guy called Lin Ling had most likely cultivated some kind of powerful martial technique that allowed him to raise his boundary essence. Or perhaps, he was a 4th-layer martial immortal and had merely concealed his cultivation with the help of a treasure. However, to possess such strength at such a young age, his background was definitely not to be underestimated. He was not someone he could afford to offend. The cave was very long. After walking for a full 2 hours, a vast cave finally appeared in front of them. There were many ancient objects on the ground, which looked extremely extraordinary. We're here. Everyone was overjoyed. According to the legends, there must be great treasures in the dragon scale secret realm. The legends were true. That's the ink feather teardrop jade. I've been looking for it for 800 years. The Sky Fantasia elder laughed. Wait. However, Taoist Tianhu immediately interrupted him and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Senior Lin Ling, you go first. According to the agreement, Lin Ling could choose one of the treasures in the dragon scale secret realm. Now, he had the right to choose first. I'm too forgetful. Senior Lin Ling, you go first. The Sky Fantasia elder reacted and patted his head. He quickly smiled and asked Lin Ling to choose first. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He activated his 10,000 elephant demon eyes and searched around. However, his gaze soon fell on an old scabbard. His 10,000 elephant demon eyes could not see through that scabbard. Kunlun. Even the little Kunlun on his left arm let out a sound. The green bud at the front of the vines also pointed at the scabbard. Little Kunlun also knows about treasures. Lin Ling could not help but smile. Since that was the case, he would choose that scabbard. He came to a corner of the cave. There was a bronze man there and the scabbard was beside the bronze man. It looked inconspicuous, causing Taoist Tianhu and the others to be stunned. With so many treasures, Lin Ling only chose a broken scabbard? Even if he chose the bronze man, it would be better than the broken scabbard. However, they only thought about it. They did not dare to interrupt Lin Ling's choice. Lin Ling held the scabbard with one hand. His eyes were filled with curiosity because he did not know what treasure the scabbard was. However, he could tell that the scabbard was definitely not ordinary. However, no matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything special about the scabbard. When he poured his realm essence into the scabbard, a change finally occurred. A cloud of smoke spread out and then condensed in front of Lin Ling, turning into a headless black shadow. That cold aura actually made Lin Ling shudder. This black shadow seemed to be very scary. The black shadow gradually became clearer. It was actually a headless man, and he didn't seem to be very young. This time, Lin Ling was stunned. The people in the distance were also stunned. What was that? My head, where is it? The headless old man even let out a voice as if he was a living person. Moreover, he was wearing a sword formed by smoke, giving people the feeling that he was a great swordsman. Senior, you are. Lin Ling frowned but still asked carefully. My sword, where is it? The headless old man ignored Lin Ling and let out an old voice. Moreover, a sword aura from ancient times quietly spread out. Rumble. The entire cave began to tremble. It could be imagined that this old man was definitely a powerful swordsman. Senior. Lin Ling could not help but tremble with fear. If this mysterious headless old man attacked them, he had a feeling that no one would be able to block a sword. However, the headless old man still ignored Lin Ling. He turned into a ghost-like smoke and floated towards Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. A moment later, a broken scabbard appeared outside the tyrannical song sword. Damn. Chapter 2874. The Great War of the Ancients. Lin Ling then took the tyrannical song sword and tried to pull it out. However, even if he used 50 universe force, the sword could not be pulled out. Lin Ling could not throw away the tyrannical song sword. Therefore, he could only carry the strange scabbard with him. Senior Lin, what happened? The people in the cave saw that everything had returned to normal and they quickly asked. How would I know? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He felt that he was being haunted by ghosts. You guys choose your treasures and continue forward. Lin Ling planned to check the scabbard slowly after returning to Qingzhou. Therefore, he left after saying that and continued forward. Not long after, the end of the cave appeared. It was another part of the Dragon Scale Mystery Realm. After walking out of the cave, there was a green-black tortoise ancient rock in front of him. A large number of experts had gathered in the sky and on the ground. An earth-shattering battle had also appeared before his eyes. The entire sky was filled with treasure light and ancient desolate aura. A huge dragon that seemed to be formed by countless runes was wandering in the sky. The dragon was so big that one could not see the end of it. It was comparable to a world. Moreover, it had two ferocious dragon heads. One spat out desolate wind and the other shot out lightning from its eyes. As it roared, countless people on the ground died. This dragon was also the largest and most ancient dragon that Lin Ling had seen in his 2 lives. If the Azure Dragon King was the ancestor of dragons, then this dragon was the dragon god. On the ground, countless ancient martial artists were wriggling like tides. All of them were martial immortal realm ancient martial artists. Every move they made was like a shocking wave. Even so, they still could not stop the attack of the dragon in the sky. Kill this dragon and take its soul. A bugle horn blew, bringing with it a mysterious melody that made one's blood boil. At the same time, an ancient flag was swaying in the sky. There was an ancient word, Qi, embroidered on it. They are from the divine dynasty. Just as Lin Ling was looking at them in shock, a serious voice came from the side. Spiritual Master Tianhu and the others had also come after hearing the news. Divine dynasty? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that those should be the cultivators from the Crimson State Divine Dynasty. Compared to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the Crimson State Divine Dynasty was obviously more powerful. Senior Lin Ling, what do you think they're doing? The fantasy old man's words were filled with nervousness because the battle in the distance wasn't something he could participate in. Seizing the dragon's soul, the desolate dragon formed by the runes is most likely the most ancient dragon in the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. I didn't expect that after so many years, this dragon is still alive. Lin Ling said slowly. Kill. At this time, the group of experts attacked again. Compared to the dragons in the sky, they were clearly like ants, but they had the advantage in numbers. All kinds of powerful forces of the universe were blooming. Someone had unlocked the 3rd seal of the true God martial spirit. What was even more frightening was that in the distance, someone activated a true deity martial soul that was unexpectedly not smaller than the desolate dragons. That was a great condor whose entire body was resplendent with golden light. It spoke human language, challenging the desolate ancient. Desolate body. Seeing that, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Beside him, Immortal Tianhu and the others knelt down directly. Facing the desolate body, they only felt that they could not resist it. As for Lin Ling, he also felt immense pressure. Of course, it was much better than them. This was because Lin Ling also had 2 desolate bodies. They were the myriad demon eyes and the space-time divine steel. In fact, they were existences that surpassed the desolate body. However, his talent had not been unearthed, so Lin Ling could not be like the person in the distance, who could release a powerful aura. As for the experts, they were like 100 flowers blooming. After joining forces, the desolate dragon's aura began to weaken. Woo woo woo. But at this time, the sound of ghosts crying could be heard. In the distant sky, a large black cloud drifted over. Furthermore, white paper money was constantly sprinkling down, giving people a very strange feeling. When the black cloud approached, people saw that it was a large group of people carrying tombstones. They were like walking corpses. Where did this come from? Seeing this, the fantasy old man said with a trembling voice. The group of people gave him the feeling that they could take away his soul at any time. 9 prefectures, 10 evils, the Tomb Guardian clan. Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused the fantasy old man's pupils to constrict. Of course, he had heard of this terrifying existence. He did not expect the legends to be true. And this group of people was clearly here to snatch the dragon soul. This caused the 2 forces to be at loggerheads. However, the dragon god's soul was very rare. Therefore, another group of powerful ancient forces had arrived. After this group of people appeared, a wave of destructive aura exploded out. Among them, on a huge black fish, a man dressed like a scholar stood there. He hugged a beautiful woman, causing the experts on the ground to have solemn expressions. Creation Alliance. A cry of alarm sounded on the ground. Everyone knew that this group of people was also the 9 prefectures 10 vicious. In the 9 prefectures, the 9 prefectures 10 vicious were extremely famous. They were like vermin. Wherever they passed, people would be in a terrible situation. Amitba. However, this was not the end of the terrifying matter. In the sky on the other side, Buddhist chants could be heard. Ancient Buddhist temples floated over. Black and golden rays of light intertwined as if the sun of darkness and light had arrived. Moreover, old monks wearing monk robes walked over from afar. They did not seem to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared on the other side of the lofty dragon. What is this? This time, the Tianhu Taoist also let out a cry of alarm. He could see that the people were very afraid of the approaching temples. Rumble! Moreover, These old monks had already made their move. It seemed like a gentle wave, but on the ground millions of people died. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the dead people turned into skeletons and walked on the ground as if they were looking for the other side of the world. However, Lin Ling shook his head. For the time being, he did not know the origin of that temple-like existence. Let's go. The clash of these experts is not something we can watch. Yes. Seeing the arrival of groups of experts, the sky fantasy old man already had the intention of retreating. However, Lin Ling did not leave. His eyes stared at the temple. Inside the temple, the light of dawn gently scattered. In the soft light he saw a familiar figure. Although he could not see the figure's appearance, he was very sure that this figure was someone he knew. I know, that is the 9 continents 10 ferocious immortal temple, and you disappeared in this immortal temple. Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. His face became excited. However, when he wanted to rush over, the ancient earth in front of him had already erupted into a terrifying battle. The surging power made it difficult for Lin Ling to get close. Under the attacks of the experts, the lofty dragon let out a mournful cry and finally turned into a huge amount of green smoke and disappeared. The dragon soul was also obtained by a black-clothed man. After he obtained it, a huge earthworm rolled on the ground and spat out black soil mist. After swallowing the man, it immediately disappeared into the ground. People looked at the huge armored worm with flickering eyes, but in the end, they did not chase after it, because they knew that they could not catch up. Chapter 2875. Goodbye, and you senior sister you. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice resounded. Everyone saw a huge rock in the distance, and there were a few people standing at the entrance of the rock. The person who shouted seemed to be a young man. And this young man was obviously Lin Ling. Senior Lin Ling. His shout caused spiritual master Tianhu's expression to change drastically. This was because he had attracted the attention of all the experts. This was indeed the case. Numerous ancient gazes were staring at them, and the terrifying aura made them not dare to move at all. I've seen it before. Those ants have been watching the battle and aren't afraid of our aura. How strange. Suddenly, a man who seemed to be dressed like a young master smiled. However, his smile was slightly evil. 2 great 5th-grade divine bodies. Although they seem to be in the real God realm, they give me a feeling that they are not simple. They don't seem to be weak. A one-eyed old man laughed and said. His gaze was also fixed on Lin Ling. What should we do? What should we do now? Sensing the gazes of these experts, the old man felt like he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. He bitterly looked at Lin Ling. Little ancestor, we're finished. I'm Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to the 9 provinces experts. Instead, he was looking at the Immortal Temple. Meanwhile, Immortal Temple's experts were as cold as stone statues, looking at Lin Ling like they were looking at an ant. This was especially true for that beautiful figure in Immortal Temple. She didn't seem to have any reaction. This made Lin Ling frown. His intuition told him that it was definitely An Yuer, but why didn't she recognize him? Kid, do you know who that is? He's not your You've got the wrong person. However, your talent isn't bad. I'll take you as my disciple. At this time, a hunchbacked old man finally said with a smile. He took a step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. Master of the Dragon Phoenix Fort, this kid belongs to me. I'm very curious about him. Another man in embroidered clothes spoke. Without waiting for the hunchbacked old man's reply, he took a step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. He had previously sensed it, but the youth remained indifferent despite the powerful forces of the universe and the desolate body. This made him very curious. I am Emperor Guangtai of the Crimson State. The man spoke as he walked, as if the Son of Heaven had descended. Guangtai Emperor? Isn't this the Scarlet Emperor's younger brother? Immortal Tianhu and the others' eyes trembled when they heard that. They did not expect to meet a legendary powerhouse. Scarlet Emperor. He was the #1 great emperor of the Crimson Province, and his younger brother was naturally a godlike figure as well. Scram. However, when that Prince Guangtai walked over, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he shouted angrily. He was very annoyed because he had finally met Yuer, but Yuer didn't seem to recognize him. What the hell is going on? Get lost. In the distance, the 9 provinces experts were all shocked. This youth was truly bold. You want me to scram? You are the first person to say such words to me. Prince Guangtai instantly frowned. From his point of view, Lin Ling was just an ant. An ant dared to reprimand him? I don't know who your Yuer is, but she is someone from Immortal Temple. Forget about you, even I don't dare to rashly provoke her. Don't even think about eating swan meat. Now kneel down for me. Prince Guangtai's voice was filled with the might of the heavens. However, Lin Ling ignored Prince Guang. Instead, he shot towards the sky. I'm Lin Ling. He constantly shouted. However, the Immortal Temple's experts remained motionless. They even wanted to kill the ant. However, a stern voice sounded in their ears, leaving them slightly surprised. Following that, they hurriedly nodded. The Immortal Temple members ignored Lin Ling and shot into the distance. Immortal Temple, the 9 provinces' 10 banes. They actually didn't kill anyone despite being shouted by an ant. How strange. Everyone narrowed their eyes when they saw this scene. They were in extreme disbelief. Seeing the Immortal Temple flying away, Lin Ling erupted with a speed that exceeded 10 realms and chased after it. Once this speed appeared, the experts of the 9 provinces were all moved. A speed that exceeded 10 realms was nothing in their eyes. However, the one who displayed this speed was at the true immortal realm. This was a little terrifying. This kid is not simple. The old monsters from all sides muttered to themselves. They were even more curious about Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was a little white mouse. They all wanted to know the secret of this little white mouse. Lin Ling did not know that he had become a thorn in the eyes of all the experts. He was still chasing after the Immortal Temple. Unfortunately, although the Immortal Temple seemed slow, it disappeared in an instant. This caused Lin Ling to be stunned in the sky. He clenched his fists tightly and his expression was extremely ugly. He had finally met Yuer, but his strength was too weak. In the end, he still could not make Yuer stay. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. When he thought of the senior sister in the distant Gu Yen sect who was the first to help him and now disappeared without a trace, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Kid, you can't catch up to him. Give up. At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was the Lord of the Dragon Phoenix Fort. He was also an expert who lived as long as the heavens and the earth. He was not under the jurisdiction of the 9 provinces. In the 9 provinces, no one dared to disrespect him. Thank you, but I won't give up. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the old man. Then he said word by word. Although the senior's strength was monstrous, he was very polite to Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had a good impression of him. Hearing this, the old man sighed softly. He somewhat admired Lin Ling's persistence. Unfortunately, the Immortal Temple was not something that Lin Ling could provoke. Even he did not dare to provoke it easily. Alright, stop doing useless things. You're simply an ant that can't see itself clearly. Of course, there was also someone who was very unhappy with Lin Ling. It was an old woman in a Taoist robe. In her opinion, Lin Ling was overestimating himself. It's none of your business. Hearing those tricky and harsh words, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He was looking for Yuer. What did it have to do with these people? These people were gloating and reprimanding him in the tone of a senior. This made his originally bad mood even worse. Are you talking to me? I kindly reminded you, but you reprimanded me? The old woman was stunned. She frowned and said, I'll give you a chance. Cripple your own cultivation and I'll spare your life. This is my greatest gift to you. Cripple my own cultivation? Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. If he crippled his cultivation, wouldn't he be dead? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. The old woman's voice was very serious. There's no need for you to count. If you want to cripple me, then do it. However, Lin Ling laughed. It was a maniacal laugh. Today, he watched Yuer leave with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. When he saw these seniors bullying him, his anger immediately boiled. Don't think that you're very powerful. If you give me another 1,000 years, I'll cut you down with my sword. Chapter 2876. Nine-Lantern Fish Luchin, this brat is really arrogant. Seeing that Lin Ling did not kneel down and beg for mercy, the eyes of the 9 provinces experts flickered. Of course, the old woman was furious. A true God Realm Jr. dared to be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? She laughed out of anger. Ha! To her surprise, Lin Ling laughed even louder than her. Then let me ask you, if I kneel down and beg for mercy, will you spare me? If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll only cripple your cultivation. The old woman said coldly. Since that's the case, why should I kneel down and beg for mercy? Or are you born an idiot? You don't know what's the difference between a warrior without cultivation and death. This is something that everyone knows, and you actually dare to say it out loud. You even said it so matter-of-factly. Let me tell you, since I'm going to die anyway, why should I kneel? Why should I lower my voice to you? Lin Ling's laughter grew louder and louder, making everyone secretly nod. Lin Ling was right. Crippling one's cultivation was equivalent to death, so why should he kneel down and beg for mercy? Wasn't that unnecessary? Of course, that was the reason. However, if it was someone else, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Shut up. The old woman did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. A cold aura spread out from her body. She was actually at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Between her eyebrows, she could destroy 10,000 worlds. If I, Emperor Yukan, want to kill you, even the gods can't save you. The old woman attacked. Enormous amounts of world essence rolled out. Don't think that you're amazing just because you're at the peak of the martial immortal realm. In the past, I've killed more than 10,000 old monsters like you. Seeing that the old woman attacked, Lin Ling did not hide his strength and erupted with all his strength. He would rather die than fight. At that moment, he even wanted to fight to the death. And Yuer left in front of him. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. That boundless world essence energy formed a large area of treasure light that enveloped Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he risked his life to block the attack. However, with his strength, how could he possibly block the attack of a peak martial immortal? Just as he was about to unleash the space-time divine steel, the tyrant song sword behind him suddenly moved. It actually shot toward the old woman on its own. The sword pierced through an enormous amount of world essence energy and appeared in front of the old woman. This sudden change caused the old woman to frown slightly. This sword seemed a little strange. However, she quickly sneered and reached out with her hand in an attempt to break the sword. Just a useless sword. Watch me destroy it. However, as soon as she came into contact with Tyrant Song, a wisp of a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the scabbard. It was ghastly, gloomy, and carried the aura of destruction. My head, where is it? A headless old man floated out of the scabbard and stood in the sky as if he had lost his soul. This caused the experts of the 9 states to tremble in fear. That sword gave them a very cold feeling, as if it was a demonic sword. The old woman's eyes narrowed. She wanted to say something, but the headless old man had already placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. In the next instant, sword light flickered. It was sparkling and resplendent. It looked like a very ordinary sword strike. However, it caused the old woman to be stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Kakaka. Almost at the same time, the old woman's body cracked open like a rock and turned into pieces of flesh. She was killed by a single sword strike. The earth immediately became deathly silent. Killing a peak martial immortal with a single sword strike. In the next instant, the experts of the 9 states sucked in a breath of cold air. After the old woman died, the world essence energy that she had activated earlier completely disappeared, revealing Lin Ling's figure. This caused everyone to look at him in fear. At the beginning, they had thought that Lin Ling was an ant that they could kill however they wanted. However, now they realized that this mysterious young man was not simple at all. Especially that sword. It gave them a very strong feeling of sharpness. It made them feel that this mysterious young man was on the same level as them. No wonder he's so arrogant. He does have some ability. Whose successor is he? Could he be the disciple of the Sword Comprehension Old Man? I don't think so. The Sword Comprehension Old Man controls the sword of the 9 states' righteous path. However, that sword is somewhat evil, like a demonic sword. Everyone started whispering. Even with their knowledge, they could not see through that sword. Not bad. It's mine. However, at that moment, an ambitious voice sounded from afar. It was Prince Guangtai, the younger brother of the Crimson Province Emperor. Although he was also very afraid of that sword, he was stronger than the old woman. He should be able to seize the sword. Prince Guangtai has been paying attention to that young man for a long time. Now, he has the upper hand by making the first move. It's a pity that I can't fight against that sword. Otherwise, I would have made a move too. That young man is hiding too many secrets. He's like a treasure. The experts from all sides were somewhat envious. Even the tomb keepers who had been silent in the distance looked at Lin Ling curiously. It was as if they wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. However, just as Prince Guangtai made his move, a tyrannical fist broke through the sky of this world and came rolling over. Get lost. Rumble. That fist broke through the universe and blasted thousands of worlds. It formed a huge storm and shattered the earth of the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. That fist was terrifying. At the same time, a ferocious giant black fish appeared in the sky and punched out together with that fist. Bang bang bang. Heavenly Prince Guangtai's expression changed. He clapped his hands and an ancient bronze bell appeared. However, when the fist hit the ancient bell, it actually cracked. Heavenly Prince Guangtai quickly retreated and dodged the fist. 9 Lantern Fish Luchin, are you courting death? Prince Guangtai shouted angrily after he escaped into the distance. Prince Guangtai, how about giving me some face? He's my man. In the sky, a man dressed like a scholar appeared quietly with a wine pot in his hand and said with a smile. He seemed to be asking Prince Guangtai to give him some face. However, in reality, he did not seem to be giving Prince Guangtai any face. Dream on. Prince Guangtai was the younger brother of the Scarlet Emperor. How could he embarrass the Scarlet Emperor? After all, this was the Scarlet Province. Then there's nothing to talk about? I'm a reasonable person. If someone gives me some face, I'll give them 5. If someone provokes me, I'll give them 10. Let your brother, the Scarlet Emperor, fight me. The man dressed like a scholar smiled, but his tone was domineering. Your brother, the Scarlet Emperor, has ancient powers. In fact, I'm no match for him. However, it's not difficult for the Creation Alliance to destroy the Scarlet Province. Prince Guangtai knew that the man was crazy. If he angered him, he would really destroy the Scarlet Province. All right, I'll seek justice for today's matter in the future. Since this was a serious matter, Prince Guangtai did not dare to be too arrogant. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Did I say you could leave? However, the man still smiled and said, apologize to my brother and I'll spare your life. Don't go too far. Prince Guangtai was furious. Yes, I'm bullying you. Chapter 2877. The Returning Lin Ling. At this moment, the cultivators of the 9 states were shocked. They never thought that the 9 Lanterns Fish Lu Chen would challenge the Crimson State for the sake of that young man. If you want to play, then let's play big. At the same time, a destructive aura burst out, and the Kings of Destruction of the Creation Alliance roared. Looking at the imposing aura of the Creation Alliance, Heavenly Prince Guangtai's expression kept changing. He knew that the Creation Alliance was an alliance of lunatics. If he did not apologize, this group of lunatics would really destroy the Crimson Province. Even if everyone in the Creation Alliance died, they would not stop. Little brother, I'm sorry if I offended you before. Finally, Emperor Guangtai cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered when he saw this. In this world, strength represented everything. If he was weak today, then he would have been toyed to death like a cockroach by these experts. Most importantly, he had no enmity with these powerhouses, but they wanted him, Lin Ling, to obey their orders and kneel like a slave. Get lost. Therefore, in the face of Emperor Guangtai's apology, Lin Ling did not give him any face. You. Emperor Guangtai was a giant of the Crimson Province. When had he ever received such treatment? He was so angry that his face turned green. Scram! Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at the crowd and said, "You old monsters think you're so powerful, but you've forgotten that you were also very insignificant in the past. Facing cultivators stronger than you, you were just as insignificant. So, that's all you've got. That's all you have." His last sentence drifted out like a gust of wind, intimidating everyone. What an arrogant young man. The eyes of the experts flickered, but they didn't say anything. Although they felt uncomfortable, Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated. Firstly, Lu Chen was present. Secondly, Lin Ling's mysterious sword. These two reasons made them not dare to make a move. "Brother Lin Ling, why have you come to Crimson Province?" Lu Chen, the Nine Lanterns fish, looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He was not surprised by Lin Ling's arrogant personality. He already knew that Lin Ling had the same temperament as him. "If you gave me 30% of face, I would give you 50%. If you provoked me 30%, I would fight you 50%. I came here in pursuit of an enemy. Who would have thought that so many things would happen along the way?" Lin Ling also looked at the latter. He had seen Lu Chen the Nine-Lantern fish earlier, so he was not surprised. "You're just lawless. You dare to leave Qing Province with a true God Realm cultivation base. TSK, you have extraordinary courage. Now you should go back." "Okay, thank you for before." The two of them continued to chat while Lu Chen personally sent Lin Ling off. Qingzhou. Hearing their conversation, Emperor Guangtai's eyes turned cold. He finally knew Lin Ling's background. He would remember today's humiliation. In the future, he would pay a visit. Lin Ling and Lu Chen walked side by side. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, the illusionary Sky Elder and the others immediately knelt down and saluted Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen obviously did not have time to pay attention to them. Lin Ling said goodbye to Lu Chen, then entered the cave and went back the way he came. Lu Chen also knew that the 9 states experts were afraid of him, so he did not leave for the time being. He still guarded the cave entrance, giving Lin Ling time to leave. In the cave, Tianhu's spiritual master and the others treated Lin Ling as if he was their ancestor. Previously, they had guessed that Lin Ling's background was not small, and now, they were even more certain. In front of the 9 states' ancient experts, he was fearless and arrogant. Would an ordinary person dare to do so? However, Lin Ling did not know what they were thinking. At this moment, he was still thinking about Enyuer. Fortunately, he saw that Enyuer's status in the Immortal Temple was not low, so he did not have to worry about Enyuer's safety for the time being. As long as he stepped into the martial immortal realm, he could leave the Azure Province and find Enyuer. This scabbard is really strange. Thinking about how it killed a peak martial immortal realm expert with one strike, Lin Ling was also very shocked. However, no matter how he summoned the scabbard did not respond, so he was helpless. After a long time, everyone walked out of the cave, and Lin Ling directly said goodbye. Looking at Lin Ling leaving, Tianhu's spiritual master and the others were silent for a long time. I believe that soon, 9 states will hear Lin Ling's name. The illusionary Sky Elder sighed. At this moment, Lin Ling was anxious to return. He wore a large cloak, tied the realgar with vines, and rushed forward. At this moment, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Clearly, the time for the 100 sect gathering had arrived. Lin Ling did not stop and shot into the crack. Of course, when he left, he also took a look at the 18 ravines of the 9 dragons. He never thought that so many things would happen on the way while chasing after the realgar. However, what made him happy was that his strength had greatly increased. Sacred land of the rainforest, Lin Ling, am back. After entering the crack, the next thing he appeared was the Crimson Province's Diansong Mountain, and Lin Ling shot into the sky. At this moment, the rainforest's sacred land was deathly silent. There was no longer its former glory, as if a corner was abandoned by heaven and earth. However, in the former rainforest's sacred land, Xianpeng Province, there were still a large number of people gathered here. Not a single person can be seen. This Lin Ling is really powerful. Where did he hide his people? Lord said that there is no one in the Azure province. Even Lin Ling is missing. I think he's not missing. He might be dead. After searching for a while, those people's faces turned ugly. Obviously, Lin Ling had been missing for a period of time, so the authorities of the Azure province did not know where he went. In the end, they guessed that Lin Ling might be dead. Therefore, those who had a grudge against Lin Ling all wanted to capture Lin Ling's family and friends alive to vent the hatred in their hearts. Unfortunately, after arriving in the Azure province, they did not find a single person. Destroy this place. A young man shouted coldly. Destroy this realm? The people at the side were stunned, and then they all sneered. Lin Ling should be dead. In that case, the rainforest's sacred land had no right to stay. The monstrous genius of the Azure province, Lin Ling, has disappeared with the wind. His hometown has also disappeared in the chaos of the universe. Everyone attacked one after another, and a huge amount of realm essence roared in the sky. However, before they could attack, a strange sound suddenly came from the ground in the distance, as if a rock was rolling along the ground. This time, everyone frowned. They looked over and saw a cloaked figure walking over from the distance. He was holding a rock and walking over slowly, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. For you, this is a forbidden area. Ordinary people are not allowed to come close. The leading young man frowned, then said indifferently, I'm from the Sunbone. I hope you can give me some face. Sunbone? A sneer came from the distance. Suddenly, a flame bloomed, and a wisp of flame shot over like a firefly. Do you have a death wish? Seeing this, the experts around the young man shouted coldly. They said that they wanted the other party to give them face. However, not only did the other party not give them face, he even took the initiative to attack. Chapter 2878. The Sunbone couldn't even protect itself. A firefly dares to compete with the moon? Lord, let me do it. An old man sneered as he walked out. His hands waved and flames immediately rose from the ground. Flames from the 10,000 worlds were also summoned. Elder Gu is still the best. Many people started roaring with laughter when they saw this scene, and they even looked at that strand of firefly fire with disdain. Two types of flames, one big and one small. There was no need to guess. They could guess the result. Unfortunately, although the firefly's flame was small, it wasn't something they could block. Boom! The firefly's flame shot over and collided with the old man's 10,000 worlds flame. In the next moment, the old man's 10,000 worlds flame was completely burned. This was flames burning flames. Not good. This person's realm essence and talent are both very strong. The old man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but the flames had already burned his body, causing him to cry out in pain. He kept rolling on the ground, and finally, his voice became softer and softer. He was completely turned into ashes. Playing with fire with me? In the distance, the cloaked man's right hand once again produced multicolored flames that poured down. Ah! Who are you? When the flames appeared, it was like opening the door between the underworld and the 10,000 worlds. It burned a large number of people to death. Even the young man's right arm was burned off. If he didn't react quickly and pull his right arm out, he would have been burned to death. For you. After anxiously dodging the terrifying flames, the young man immediately roared in anger. I should be the one asking you who you are. The cloaked man's voice was very cold. It was a sharp contrast to the burning flames. He is Lin Ling. However, the cloaked man didn't say anything. Instead, it was Realger, who was tied up by vines behind him, who spoke in panic. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling? Aren't you dead? Hearing that, the remaining people's expressions changed drastically. One had to know that for the past few years, the experts of Qing province had been searching for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's whereabouts were unknown. Even those close to Lin Ling didn't know where Lin Ling had gone. This made the authorities of the Qing state speculate that Lin Ling might be dead. After all, The true powerhouses of the great Green Divine Dynasty would not stand by and do nothing when the country was being destroyed. Especially with the arrival of this year, they were even more certain of everything. This was because not long ago, someone had also come to the rainforest's sacred land and unscrupulously ravaged this land. However, Lin Ling still did not appear, and this explained everything. You want me to die so badly? At this moment, the cloaked man also took off his cloak, revealing his cold face. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone to tremble like cicadas in winter. In reality, Lin Ling had guessed long ago that when he was not around, his enemies would cause trouble. That was why he sent his grandfather and the others to the Flame World Fragment. You, don't be too arrogant. The leading youth's face was very pale. He knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. However, he also knew that if he came to the rainforest's sacred land and was seen by Lin Ling, the outcome would definitely not be good. Therefore, he went all out. Bang! The ground was stomped by him and instantly cracked open. Rolling realm essence appeared on his palm and powerful martial arts were released, blasting towards Lin Ling. He was at the peak of the true immortal realm. With his full strength, and with Lin Ling's carelessness, he might be able to kill Lin Ling. Boom! However, Lin Ling did not move at all. He had received the palm strike just like that. He did not even move a single step. Instead, his icy cold eyes were staring at the young man. Impossible! Although you are stronger than me, you can't receive my full strength attack. The youth raised his head and looked at Lin Ling, his face filled with fear. But Lin Ling reached out his right hand and grabbed the youth's palm. 50 universe power was released and the youth's palm turned into dust. The youth was in pain, but he could not break free from Lin Ling's palm. He shouted angrily, I am senior brother Sunbone's subordinate. You dare to touch me? Do you want to die? Sunbone can't even protect himself. Hearing this, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. This time, he wanted to kill Sunbone and Luo Shawthorn the most. Enough, let him go. However, at this moment, a cold shout rang out in the sky. Then, an old man in a green robe appeared. Master. Looking at the old man, everyone was overjoyed. This was because this was a powerful elder of the 3 academies and also Sunbone's master. Or you? Lin Ling raised his head and asked coldly. You are not qualified to know. The old man in the green robe said indifferently, Now, let him go. I represent my disciple, Sunbone, to settle any grudges you have. Of course, life and death are up to fate. If you die, the people behind you are not allowed to trouble me. He obviously knew that Lin Ling's appeal was terrifying, so he made this point in advance. You want to fight me? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Let my disciple go first. The old man frowned. If you want to fight, then fight fairly. What kind of ability are you to kidnap my disciple? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. I kidnapped him? He was the one who behaved atrociously in my territory and was caught red-handed by me. Do you think I should treat someone like this to tea? Moreover, do you think I will let him go just because you say so? Shut up. I will fight you later. If you attack him at a critical moment, won't that disturb my mind? Lin Ling, don't be so despicable. The old man walked down from the sky, allowing Lin Ling to understand his intentions. It turned out that the old man was afraid of Lin Ling's schemes. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He tossed the young man over to the old man, and the old man said to the young man and the others, You all stay away. Don't let him catch you. I will fight him. After saying this, the old man in the green robe walked out and looked seriously at Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was very strong. It was said that he had once killed a first-level martial immortal expert. Therefore, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. It was because of this that he asked Lin Ling to let the young man go. Because they were evenly matched in strength, the slightest carelessness could lead to defeat. For example, if Lin Ling took a hostage, he would be distracted. Since you let my disciple go, I should tell you my name. I am Sunbone's master when he was cultivating in the academy. My name is Shen Yunxi. I know you are very strong, but I can tell you that the disciple I am most proud of, Sunbone, is stronger than me. So, if you want to fight him, you must pass through me. The old man called Shen Yunxi said indifferently. Terrifying realm essence surged out of his body. Because you are young, I will let you attack first. As the last sentence was spoken, the old man's aura reached its peak. He possessed 10% of the power of the universe. Even in the Green Province, he was an overlord. Seeing the old man's powerful aura, the young men watching from afar all shouted loudly. In their opinion, Lin Ling would definitely lose. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this little bit of strength was nothing to Lin Ling. You want me to attack first? Do you think you are qualified?